move with a bit more urgency. But wasn't that what they've always been saying? So is he suggesting that this urgency that they've been calling for has not been, implemented? Have, the procurement process has not been heightened? Because remember, when the president was reporting back a few weeks ago, they spoke about how they want to cut the red tape. They want to limit the time it takes for some turnaround. So are we to understand that even those efforts are still not underway? Because remember, when we were speaking to Minister Tulas, talking about the 100 days that they were given to look at the social compact, and he admits the 100 days was not enough. So it gives one a sense in that even probably here, it's not as urgent as we think urgent is.
Well, perhaps we have a different understanding of what urgency entails. But with regard to Eskom, I think there isn't any real clear sign from anyone in government that says, you know what, we really need to get to the bottom of this. And I think it is because of the complexity with regard to where Eskom finds itself at the moment. There's a lot going on with Eskom. There's a lot that, many people have to answer for. Many people have their tentacles in Eskom in one way or another. There was talk about, syndicates that are operating in Eskom. And these are, in some instances, are known by some people, they would say, but then they won't tell you, they play that game with you. Things like the quality of coal that messes up, the equipment. This is not new.
And you interestingly think about this. Former President Thabo Mbeki on screen right now, arriving. That particular conversation around the adding of more energy to the grid would have taken place during his time. And you fast forward now, South Africa is finding itself in this particular crisis. And Sakina, I remember listening to Eskom and the SIU before Scopa, and they talk about, mind-boggling things. Some cameras that are switched off in some of these, stores, department offices, and you then hear as well of trucks that would make their way out with the coal, come back empty, coal delivered elsewhere, coal that would then be mixed with other coal and then fake the tests and say the coal meets the standards and it doesn't. And some of those with these companies that transport the coal are inside the companies. A lot going on. And when you look at what has happened there, you want to understand, did anybody take responsibility for it? Is anybody behind bars? Because some of the questions that arose during that sitting was people resigning when they know that a hearing has now been put in place and in 30 days they're gone and you can't follow up.
But think about how we are handling this, how it's being addressed. Remember during the time when the Guptas had taken over Glencore, remember at that time there was talk about substandard coal that was being supplied to Eskom. And all the urgency that came with, the state capture narrative, and we need to arrest this, we need to deal with it. And people moved on it. So why aren't we moving on it now? If a truck is veering off route, and at this point, everybody knows what's happening, why are you allowing that truck to offload when it gets to the power station?
It tells you that a lot of the problems are inside. And do you know the people that are inside that you should be asking tough questions? One would expect that they would. And I think, Sakina, it also adds another layer to this conversation. You think back to the evidence we heard in the State Capture Commission of Inquiry about what is said to have happened at Eskom, and we're still awaiting to this day to know what exactly happened through the courts now, to see convictions and to understand what's going on. And right there, Sakina, while South Africans are waiting, they are now finding themselves again waiting to know when more power will be added to the grid so everyone can then have a stable supply of electricity.
But there are more questions to be asked as well. I remember going back to the mooting of nuclear power as a potential solution during the Jacob Zuma administration. And at the time, you remember Rosatom and what was going on there. And let's just pause that conversation there for a moment, taking you to the live visuals in front of us.
And that's Chief Justice Raymond Zondo. Interestingly, as we're talking about the State Capture Commission, he just arrives, and we're talking about, of course, the report there, the Chief Justice among those dignitaries who are there tonight. And we are, of course, expecting his deputy, Justice Mandisamaya, to be there with 15 other judges as well. And these are part of the 263 other dignitaries that will be there, who will be sitting, of course, inside. And we do know that about 400 of the National Assembly members will be there. The 90 members of the NCOP will also be joining and making it 490 in total.
And then there are members of SALGA who will also be there. So, of course, a joint sitting of the two houses of Parliament is the State of the Nation address, where the President will, of course, be speaking to both houses of Parliament and, of course, to the rest of us as well. And, you know, it's very interesting. Once again, you know, we go through the motions of what SONA brings year in and year out. Also, just listening, I haven't forgotten about ESCOM, but listening to the explanations this morning, and there was almost a justification for why we should have this sort of procession, the pomp and ceremony. I listened to Lindiwe Zulu also speaking about why this is important. You know, we must preserve some of these traditions. And I couldn't help but wonder, why? Why should we?
And I'm thinking back to a conversation you had with the National Assembly Speaker, Unosiviwe Mapisa-Nqakula, and part of what she had to say was that some of the money allocated here needs to be used because this is a once a year, and you must have the red carpet everywhere else in the world. It is done for the president and all of that. But also, Sakina, in the same breath, talking about the National Assembly, the old one that is, which is yet to be rebuilt, and we're looking at 3 years, and that is just for only inside. We're not talking about the systems that are needed to work. So one looks at the juxtaposition of the 8 million rand that she says may not even be utilized, all of it today. But interestingly, she says it might be more, it might be less. So you then wonder, if it's still going to take about 3 years for the National Assembly building to be functional, and potentially 5 years or 4 years, we don't know, should a lot of it not go towards that, to accelerate that? Because they're complaining that some of the MPs are not showing up.
Yeah, but as a matter of fact, the money that is being spent on this particular ceremony, from my understanding from that conversation, is from the 2 billion rand that was allocated during the medium-term budget policy statement by Minister Enoch Godongwana for the refurbishment of the National Assembly building. So yes, the money is there, but some of that money now has to be used for this purpose. And as you say, if this is going to take a few more years, you have to weigh up, you know, what is happening, how fast is it happening, is it worth the cost?
And they said it's not going to be as pomp and ceremony as we've seen it to be in the past, but you know, a lot of South Africans, Sakina, I remember when we had that briefing from the speakers, and they were saying, you know, it won't be as pomp, it won't be as extravagant, but we are taking into account everything that needs to be done. People took to social media and said there are serious socioeconomic issues in this country. Should we not be talking about prioritizing that and simply just having the State of the Nation address? So it's interesting, some of the conversations that happen on the sidelines of this. And as I was listening to your conversation this morning, people were already tweeting saying, but, you know, our priorities in order as a country? And I suppose it is an interesting conversation then to have.
It is a very interesting conversation, but I think as a nation, we are so wounded at the moment that whatever is going on, we will find fault with. Because to be fair, they have, as Parliament, toned down tremendously. I remember the days when I first came to the State of the Nation address. That was pomp and ceremony, you know, and everything that went with it. The monies that were spent, the galas afterwards, you would have buses arriving to pick people up and transport them, and all sorts of things that were happening. So if you compare that to where we are now, yes, they have toned down quite a lot, but is it enough? Because I think the question now is whether we actually need this sort of procession, this sort of pomp and ceremony. There's also a question about whether we should actually have it in the evening like this, or whether we should go back to having it like the budget speech, have it at 2 p.m. in the afternoon. Can the president just stand there, give the speech, and be done?
And one person that we'll also be chatting to about this is a brigadier general who's extremely involved in what we'll then see as, you know, the parade, the music, the 21 gun salute, the significance of it. And it'll be interesting to also know some of the stories and the history behind that. So maybe within and the viewers get a bit of an understanding as to why this is significant.
Part of
I know.
That is my favorite. I mean, I do enjoy the cavalcades. I really enjoy watching that, the precision, and just knowing, you know, that our forces are up to speed. I enjoy that part. So, don't you?
And he's not far. He's not far, so he knows how excited we are to have him in studio when that part comes on, because it's one of those that just also gives you hope as a South African, and you feel proudly South African as we're looking at this. You know, not only do you see, as some would say, beautiful visuals for television, but you see the discipline, you see what goes into all the work, and the selection of, you know, those who are part of the parade. Who are they? How are they selected? Just all of that going into, you know, into fruition. So a lot of the conversations around that for me are quite interesting, Sakina, particularly when you think about the 21 gun salute. A lot of people say, why do you still need it in this day? So I think when Brigadier comes, it will be such an interesting way to then also learn about that very aspect, because it's not only about the outfits.
Yeah, totally.
It's not only about the outfits, but the feathers and everything.
Let's not talk that down, because, you know, there is something about people in uniform, you know, be it men or women. You know, when you see people in uniform, for me at least, it is something that
I'm talking about the outfits on the red carpet, not the other outfits.
I mean, they were not as ostentatious as
I
we've
feel
seen
like
it
you should have been on the red carpet. Maybe walked it a little bit. just me. But you know, Sakina, talking about something very serious as well, and I think tonight a number of South Africans are grappling with this one, and they want to know what becomes of the social, you know, the SDR grant, because a lot of people have been talking about access, the qualifying criteria again becoming either too tedious for them, difficult now, and a number of people still being left behind. So I wonder then, what are they looking to the president to say tonight about that?
Indeed, that is a big one. And I was hoping that we would have time with Minister Lindiwe Zulu, because when I spoke to her here last year, before the State of the Nation address, she had said to me that at this point, a basic income grant is practically a fait accompli. What they are working on are the modalities. So I would love to catch up with her just to find out, so how far have we moved? Because it's a year later. But of course there are proponents against the introduction of a basic income grant. There are proponents for it, and a lot of the opposition to it stems from whether we can afford this as a nation. We already have more than 18 million South Africans receiving grants in this country, which is an extraordinarily high number. It is unsustainable in the long run. So what are we going to do about that? It's one thing to say, yes, we get it, we understand that people need to have some form of sustenance from somewhere, and if government has to be the one to provide it, so be it. But for how long? And that number keeps growing. So it's a bit of a catch-22, if you will.
And you listen to those who are for it. The first question they ask you is, can we afford to not do it? This needs to have come on board. It will stimulate the economy and all of that. But where is it going to come from? Where is the money going to come from? Because ultimately, Sakina, you know, one of the things that the president talks about, for example, even last year, is the story of Thando Makubo, who started the business, that Soweto Creamery, I think it's called, with 350 Rand. Fast forward a year later, Thando is not able to continue. He's trying to keep his business alive because load shedding is really not making things easy for him.
Have we gotten to the bottom of how Thando actually started that business?
The president says, Mr. Thando, and I'm going to go back to his words last year. Some people use that money to start businesses. Mr. Thando Makubu from Soweto received the 350 Rand for 7 months last year and saved it to open an ice cream store that now employs 4 people.
Yeah, you know, I had Thando on the radio show that I host on SAFM, and when I got to that particular question, unfortunately the line cut.
Oh no!
Yes,
that
very question, because I wanted to find out from him. I wanted to understand, you know, whether that is indeed true, whether he was able to open that particular business solely dependent on the 350 social relief of distress grant money, or whether there were other financial stimuli that he was able to have access to.
And you think of people like Thando, who then would employ people, but then they now have to let them go, and many other businesses. So if you talk about the basic income grant, as you say, the numbers keep increasing. With the rolling blackouts now coming into play, you can expect that more and more people are being laid off. So this simply then means, are you then going to add on to this number of 18 million and be able to afford? Because others are calling for 1,500 Rand, I think, with the basic income grant. So can you afford it for 18 million people?
But again, going back to your question, it's a bit of a chicken and egg situation, because can you afford not to do it, especially given the high levels of unemployment? The youth unemployment rate in this country is a ticking time bomb. You cannot sit by the expanded definition with 75% of your youth unemployed. That is asking for trouble. And unfortunately, the reality is you can drive through any township in South Africa at any time, and you will see these young people, just loitering around. And you know what they say about young people who have nothing to do, and idle mind being the devil's workshop, which brings me to another thing that I hope the president will address tonight: the scourge of drugs in our communities, because this has now reached crisis proportions.
And you look at what the Premier of Gauteng, Panyaza Lesufi, has also tackled as one of his priority areas, because a number of parents approaching him saying that this is not being looked at as a pandemic, but it actually is in our townships. Are young people finding themselves smoking whatever they can, lay their hands on. And I don't know if you remember, Sakina, there was a certain point where we started seeing what they would call Bluetooth, where some of them would draw the blood and share with another, addict, and that alone,
so that they could get high.
Yeah, and it posed a lot of health risks. It posed a lot of risks, and this is what the Gauteng Premier is now tackling, through some of these particular programs, saying that for him this is priority, and he wants to make sure that a lot of these young people are not only now clean, but they also need to get access to some kind of work, some kind of training.
Where? And it brings, we're going to watch our armed forces, representatives paraded here in a short while, but I've been wondering about, some form of conscription for young people. If we cannot absorb them into meaningful employment or education, what do we do with it? Are we thinking long and hard enough about what to do with our young people?
And Sakina, one thinks about even some of what the president said last year, that government does not create jobs, and that of course came with its own backlash. But you think about how government should also be creating an enabling environment for businesses to then be able to thrive and be able to absorb more of these young people. But at the same time, more of these young people need access to ministries like small business development, so they are able to then be able to start their own businesses, be able to start employing others, because you get a sense that there's a lot of lamenting of the numbers. The number of young people who are unemployed is just, we're lamenting over it all the time, but is enough being done to make sure sure that when we now get the new stats, it doesn't become another big nightmare again where we see the numbers increasing, or will we see the numbers going down? You think about the EPWP programs, for example. Those have become contentious in the townships because even the handing of those opportunities to some has become a political hot potato. And of course, as you can see there, the premiers making their way into the City Hall. Of course, it's been declared a parliamentary precinct, so the premiers are now making their way in. And Sakina, talking about making their way in, it's interesting that Samgele was asking this morning, are we going to see Deputy President David Mabuza?
Well, we'll see soon enough.
Making his way in.
We'll know soon enough.
That's been the one question Samgele's been asking everyone. And I wonder then if it comes.
Yeah, we'll know in a short while. But looking at the premiers going in, so we saw on the red carpet two conversations that I caught. The one with Premier Alan Winde of the Western Cape, and they were talking about the devolution of power. And it seems as though, the Western Cape would like to have more autonomy in dealing with more of its own issues, like energy, like crime, those sort of things. And Premier Winde was saying that he was having conversations with the Gauteng Premier, Banyaza Lesufi, about the crime situation and how to tackle that. So it's interesting. Bushi Mape, the Premier of the Northwest Province, he was also speaking to some.
He says there are no potholes on some roads.
On some roads, yeah, but others are still bad.
And you think about the Northwest Province, Sakina, and I was listening to his comment about the Chobotla, and he says that's yesterday's news. And one wonders if really the Chobotla is yesterday's news for the politicians and not necessarily for the people who are looking to see if in fact they will get the desired service delivery. So as you can see there, the members of the the judiciary
yes,
making their way in there, and you can see the Chief Justice, and you can see the Deputy Chief Justice Mande Samaya making their way in there. So definitely it does look like we'll probably be starting at some point soon, but one wonders then inside, Sakina, with the threats by the EFF, if of course there'll be more delays to the president taking the podium.
Absolutely, that is to be expected, but of course we also saw the South African Police Service members out in full force, and they seem to be ready for whatever eventuality may actually evolve from that. But I just wonder, must we always be subjected to this? And when I say this, I mean all of it, because it's become so predictable now, not just what we are watching now, but also just everything, the proceedings, the speeches have become predictable.
And I was in conversation with Sinao Tambo in the past few days from the EFF to say, isn't this going to be more of the same? And you'll find yourselves outside and watching the State of the Nation address, probably from your phones, on your app, and all of that. We know probably how it goes. And he said, no, watch the strategy we'll put in place this time. Let's see if in fact things are different. So it's interesting to see if things will be different or not. And our favorite part seems to be starting there.
Indeed, perhaps we can invite the Brigadier to come and join us. And as we do that, because now this is where we need education as well, talking us through the various regiments.
Yes.
So he'll be able to tell us, Brigadier, as soon as he joins us, and exactly what we are seeing on our screens right now.
And I think let's try also to listen in to what's happening there as we invite then the Brigadier to join us so we can get a sense of what's happening.
And as we watch those live visuals, we are obviously also trying to keep you as informed as we try to keep ourselves about what's going on at the moment. And joining us right now is Brigadier Andries Mokoena Mohapa. He is the Director for Defense Corporate Communications. Thanks so much for joining us this afternoon, Brigadier. And this, as you heard previously, is our favorite part of these proceedings.
Thank you for inviting me. I'm happy to join you, beautiful ladies.
Thank you. And like you said off camera, you have uniforms ready for us, right?
Of course, anytime.
I'm not sure. But
Sakina, I'm leaving you alone.
Yes.
You know, Bongiwe, I'll catch up with you later. I'm just not sure about it right now. All of this discipline, I'm not sure that I will fit in. But Brigadier, just talk to us about what we're seeing on the screen at the moment.
What we see on the screen currently is a ceremonial cut that is going to give an honor to the president, and then they're going to play the national anthem. In sequence, while there's a playing of a national anthem, there will be 21 gun salute. Simultaneously, we are going to have the fly past of the 4 Hawks. I'm glad that the weather is good today, because yesterday they were not sure if the weather is bad, then they cannot fly 4. They were going to fly 2. But the weather is good today. I think it's 27 kilometers per hour. So it's good enough that they can fly 4 Hawks at the same time. And then they'll just clip the wings so that the president can take the salute. That's what's going to happen, yeah.
That's always a sight to behold. But what's the significance of the 4 Hawks? Does it have to be 4?
No, it does not have to be 4. The number is insignificant, basically. It can be 2, it can be 4, it can be 6, you know. It's just for a formation. It's a flying formation.
I'm going to ask you just to hold on. My apologies there, because we have to welcome our SABC 2 viewers to this broadcast. So as we welcome them here to Cape Town. And welcome to our SABC 2 viewers, and this is of course the State of the Nation Address 2023, the 7th for President Cyril Ramaphosa, and of course much anticipated against a backdrop of great socioeconomic strife and hardship at this point. I'm Sakina Kamwendo, Bongi Wezwane with me of course.
And thank you so much for joining us. We'll be taking you through the evening, and we'll tell you what you're seeing on your screens, what is the significance of it. But let's take a short breather. When we come back, we'll tell you more about the parades outside.
And welcome back. And of course, we are now at the part where we are joined by Brigadier Mohapa, and he was explaining to us exactly what is happening, what you are watching on our screens at the moment.
And Brigadier, one of the things that you were talking about was the significance of the fly past. Does it have to be the 4 Hawks? Because you were saying that if the weather was not great, it would be 2.
It's all about the formation. You know, it's always better if it's 4, because it gives a good display. But before I go in there, while I was sitting there, I was listening to this beautiful music. Then I was wondering who's singing, forgetting that we are so good, you know. We've got the Air Force band singing on the background. You know, they're embedded within the SNDF.
And and you know, every year one hears this music and they're thinking it's a hired artist, and it's actually just your band.
Yes.
Let's talk about that part, and because it's not only about the parades and all of that, but they're also adding another layer. Let's just listen to them just for a little bit. What a beautiful voice. Stunning. And Brigadier, let's talk then about this part of the proceedings.
You see, the interesting thing about the band is that they are soldiers. They also carry guns, but they are trained musicians. So that's their specialty.
Wow.
But when push come to then they'll leave the microphone, they'll leave the guitars and carry the R4. That's the nice thing about it, you know. So yeah. but they came in within the system. Some they went to school while they are being enlisted, while they are doing their training within, and then study music. That's the nice thing about the career within the SNDF. You join, we've got doctors who are being employed. While being employed, they are going to school, the state paid for them, you become a doctor, you come back, then you serve. As far as DRC, as far as Mozambique, that's an interesting part of it.
And this was something that we were touching on a short while ago with regard to the high levels of unemployment among our youth, and whether there could perhaps be some opportunity within our defense forces for young people to be absorbed.
There is a lot of opportunities. On annual basis, we have what is called Armed Forces Day. It's going to be on the 21st of February in Richards Bay. That's where we are taking the capability of the Defense Force to the people and have an acquisition section going to the people and explaining to the youth different careers within the SNDF, Funny enough, you'll be surprised that most of the 3 pilots who are flying the Hawks, they are from the rural areas, black children, No one could ever dreamt of that before. Today they've got their full wings. They are flying the Hawks. There's a great opportunities. We've got engineers. We've got all aspects of discipline within the SADF.
So do you go out then as the South African National Defence Force like higher institutions of higher learning would do when they go out to schools when children are in matric to try and recruit them to come to their institutions? Do you do the same?
We do that every year. Previously, we used to recruit on annual basis. Due to the budget cut, now we are doing it on biannual basis. The forms are out now. It's closing on the 28th of February. So the students can apply, or those who qualify, from 18 to 22 with matric, post-matric 22 to 26, then they can apply.
And one thing's about the defense review and those budget cuts. But Brigadier, let's talk about what the viewers are seeing right now. This particular band, can they be called like that?
Yes, it's a band. Those are the Pipers Band. They are from Artillery Regiment here in Cape Town. It's part of our long history since the British era at that time. So they are a reserve force unit here in Cape Town. However, we have a regular force within the military health service that are the Pipers Band as well. So they add a flavor in terms when you march, you've got a background of a sound, just as in 1 2 1 2 1 2, because you don't have to scream all the way. You've got the bands that to give you that rhythm of steps,
And so are we now witnessing members that are waiting for the arrival of the president as we're seeing them stationary there?
What we see now, it's a ceremonial guard that is going to do the national anthem. The president will arrive at about 10 to 7. And 10 to 7, he must be on a podium. And then that's when the national anthem plays, then the president will take the salute. And then we'll have the 21 gun salute. And then on the last shot of the 21, that's when we cut off the salute. And then the president then will just turn and go back into the hall. That will be the end of it.
Does it require a certain level of skill for members to then be able to come here and be part of such parades?
It is, because they normally say you train as you fight. So for each and every objective, you train for it. It takes a lot of time of training and sacrifice and so forth. Yes, it does require, especially discipline. Then when you start something, you don't leave it along the way. You see it to finish. So yeah, it does require a lot of discipline.
And I'm sure the viewers, Sakina, are wondering tonight, because we sometimes do see some of them leading the president in.
We have two decamp. We call them decamps. There are 2 full canals. And then we have a street steps lining, which are 6 members. So the 2 full canals are going to walk with the president and make a U-turn before the president enter the chambers.
So just in terms of where we find ourselves right now with regard to the ceremonials, so we've already seen that procession, the first one of the speakers, then we had the provincial premiers, we saw them going in, and of course the judiciary. So that takes care of the ceremonials of those 3, and so they are already in, and now we are expecting the cavalcade.
Yes, what we're expecting now, we're expecting the deputy president, who's going to be escorted by 6 bikes, and then 4 minutes after that, then it will be president with 28 bikes and 21 horses. That's the highest level of appreciation. That's why we have 21 gun salute and 21 horses. That will be managed by the SAPS, of course.
What if the deputy president is not available? It's never happened before.
It's never happened before, but I assume then we'll have the acting one. I make an assumption that we'll have the acting one.
Okay,
Yeah.
but I assume today we're not going to have that situation. We haven't heard anything.
We haven't heard anything.
We are
I
expecting
assume
the
that we
deputy
still have the
president to
deputy
be here.
president. Yes, we
And,
still have the deputy president.
When the president then alights, from the vehicle, he's going to be welcomed by the presiding officers, the deputies, and leading into the National Assembly. And, one then always gets the sense that when they then all go up the stage and acknowledging the presence of, the men and women here who are welcoming him, who are waiting for him in, of course, military format. Let's talk about that kind of exchange and the body language that it speaks to him, because they are here waiting for him, and for them it is a way to honor him. They may be doing it in silence, but let's talk about the language that is then spoken by about that man.
Let me put it this way. I think it's more than the honor itself. Remember, we are where we are today because of those who traveled the path before us. Most people died for this constitution, for this freedom that we are celebrating today. Members who are there, they are saying we are here to protect the freedom. We are here to protect the constitution. We are here behind the president, irrespective of which party it is. The military is a political organization. We don't say no because it's this president, it's that president. We give respect to the president as the commander-in-chief. That's why we are here. So in a way, we are not taking for granted this freedom that we are experiencing today, and then we give honor to the president to say we are here to support you as part of the security cluster, as a defense force. That's why we are here.
So as we watch and await the first cavalcade that will be bringing the deputy president first up to come through, and that will be followed by the president. And as you were explaining, Brigadier, the precision behind it all, you said 4 minutes between the two. And I'm reading about the guns, the salute as well, the precision that goes into that. So just explain to us, do you guys sit and time all of this? How do you prepare for it?
Like I said earlier on, we train as you fight. Each and every exercise we train and we do the time management. We know after this, within the lapse of 5 to 3 minutes, there must be the next activities. After 3 to 4 minutes, there must be activities. It's always like that. In our day-to-day activities, if there's a meeting, it's a standard practice that 7 minutes before the meeting starts, you need to be seated. It's a standard practice.
And, interestingly enough, you think about the history of the 21 gun salute, and it has to take place within 1 minute and 40 seconds.
That's correct, yeah.
Let's talk about that, because one is thinking 1 minute 40 seconds and you go back to the first shot that then coincides with the fact that the national anthem is coming. And Sakina, I don't know if your question will be answered now when we see this motorcade.
Yes, and then we'll come back to the 21 gun salute closer to that time. Brigadier?
Yes, now here comes the deputy president with 6 escort bikes, and then he'll go there, and then the door openers will open the door, and then the deputy president will go in. 4 minutes after that, then it will be the president with 28 bikes and 21 horses.
Again, the significance in those numbers.
Like I said, 21 in terms of the military culture, that's the highest honor of respect. So that's why it ends up to 21. Like the the minister won't have 21 gun salute. The deputy president won't have 21 salute. The chief SNDF or any other defense force, when he's visiting the South African, he won't have 21. Only the president of the country deserves the 21 gun salute.
So why is only 6 motorbikes for the deputy president and 28 for the president?
It's on our ceremonial handbook. So it's prescribed like that. The number of security for a deputy president compared to the state president is not the same.
And that, of course, on your screens there, Deputy President David Mabuza, and entering there with Lechisa Tsenodi, the Deputy Speaker. And of course, a lot of people have been wondering, and I wonder if Samgele is able to spot this moment and get answers to his questions today as to whether or not he will, of course, be attending it. And Sakina, this may as well be his last State of the Nation address as the Deputy President of South Africa.
By all indications, that seems to be the case. He has come out confirming himself, Mr. David Mabuza, that he has in fact tendered his resignation. So it is now up to the President, I suppose, to go through the processes that he feels he necessarily needs to go through to then have this cabinet reshuffled, because this is another incident that adds to the talk around the president having to shuffle his cabinet again. And it's going to be interesting to see how it pans out, because again, members of cabinet serve at the behest of the president. You would have heard earlier the chief whip of the ANC in conversation with Samkele Pemi Majodina saying that it doesn't necessarily mean that the deputy president of the ANC will ascend at this point to the position of deputy president of the country.
And it was quite an interesting one, especially because when she says it at a time when a lot of people have started speculating that him being sworn in and the move and the, just how they were rushing this entire moment to swear in those particular MPs. Why then was it done with speed? And responding to Samgele saying we wanted to make sure that should the president look to a certain pool, he's able to find that these people are sworn in as members of parliament. We're getting ready, and it's interesting to to hear that they're getting ready. So do they know that the people that have been sworn in are definitely going to be there? Was that how they were handpicked? So it was an interesting conversation to hear, but she's not letting a lot out as South Africans are waiting.
But there's a lot of speculation, and it's informed speculation in part, because if you go back to all the developments at the 55th National Congress of the ANC at Nasrec in December, there was quite a lot that was going on there. A lot of maneuvering, a lot of horse trading amongst the members and various sections of the ANC factions. So I think all of that playing out now as well.
And on your screens right now, you can see the National Assembly Speaker, Nosiviwe Mapisa Nqakula, as well as the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Amos Masondo. And this does signal now, Brigadier, if we can bring you in, it does signal now that the president, as you said, is potentially going to arrive at 1850.
The president is on his way as we speak now. Any moment, the motorcade of the president will arrive. There is one of the Aldi camp that I spoke about, the one of the Air Force. So there are two of them. They are waiting for the president.
Let's talk then about when he arrives. You were talking to us about those motorbikes, and let's take the viewers through that again, that when he then comes, what are we expected to see on our screens with the members as well as his cavalcade? Oh,
there they are, 28 of them coming in. Before they reach the podium, they're going to take the left hand, the motorbike and the horses, and then the president's vehicle will go and the door openers will open the door. The president will come out, and then will be escorted by Alticamp to the podium. That's when we'll be prepared to take the salute when the national anthem is going to be played.
And maybe let's try and also listen in then, as the president is due in a minute now.
And he also announces the
Council of
president.
Provinces, President of the Republic
That
of
is then
South
the
Africa.
usher.
Shanele inkohlakalo kwezepolitiki bazondo gombela kwesabo inhlanzi ehambe phakathi kwezingalankala yahamba yangazilingisa yahamba yanethezeka Ramaphosa mnyakaziswa ababhemu abashiye benqela izithupha kuvumile impompo kwavuma iGauteng ne-Eastern Cape yavuma thuma mina ngiyathumeka ivunywe nawu King Charles kwelamangisa eNgilandi ukubhakuzela kweyifuba kontaba kayikhonjwa iklasele kwesomongameli wadabula nomahlale lapho wathi uyangapha bathi 350 wathi uyangapha bathi 315 wathi uyangapha bathi 350 wathi uyangapha bathi 350 kulilise nogogo nomkhulu bathi akabuye ngevoto kamatamela inhlathe ementabeni ziyikhonkotha zikude ziyayisaba misondela since 1952 kwelasesowethi baphengo nopitela ibhodo elincane kwezamabhizinisi ngoba umuntu wazana ixesha lifikile kaRamaphosa ginqe ezethenjwa yinkunzi ibinda iqhawa liqedwe.
There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Honorable members, please be seated. Honorable members. Honorable members, the President has called this joint sitting of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces in terms of Section 84(2)(d) of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, with Joint Rule 71A, in order to deliver his State of the Nation address to Parliament. So, honorable members, before I invite the Honorable President to address this joint sitting, I wish to remind all of us of Chapter 2 of the Joint Rules of Parliament, specifically Parts 1 and 2, which deal with order in joint sittings and the rules of debate. In this regard, I wish to highlight the following, honorable members. Rule 13 provides that an assembly or council member, other than the officer presiding at a joint sitting, may not speak at the sitting unless invited to do so by the presiding officer, or without having obtained the permission of the Speaker and the Chairperson of the Council of Provinces before the meeting. Rule 14, honorable members, states that if the presiding officer is of the opinion that a member is deliberately contravening a provision of these rules, or that a member is in contempt of or in disregarding the authority of the chair, or that a member's conduct is grossly disorderly, he or she may order the member to withdraw immediately from the chamber for the remainder of the sitting. Rule 14(0) states that no member shall refer to any other member by his or her first name or names only. Rule 14P states that no member shall use offensive or unbecoming language. Lastly, a point of order is only allowed if it calls attention to the transgression of a joint rule or an accepted parliamentary practice or privilege. Spurious points of order are out of order. As members are aware, the rules are there to protect the dignity and the decorum of the House and to ensure that business before the Houses of Parliament are conducted in an orderly manner. I now call on the Honourable the President to address the joint sitting.
Speaker of the National Assembly,
Thank you, Honorable President. Honorable Malema, what is the point of order?
You asked Mr. Ramaphosa to sit down first. I'm standing. No, when a point of order is called, Speaker, the Speaker must sit down. You can't have two speakers standing at the same time. Please follow the procedure.
Honorable Malema.
I'm rising on Joint Rules 14S, and we can't both stand, Speaker.
Honorable Malema, I asked you, you said you have a point of order.
Yes.
And I said, what is the point of order? And I allowed you to go ahead.
But please, Speaker, in terms of procedure, the President must sit down.
I will order the President to sit down if I feel it is necessary for him to do so. I will. No, sit down, honorable members.
Honorable Speaker, it's not the rules. That's not how it works. Honorable Speaker, I think we are, as honorable members, violating the joint rules of this House by allowing Mr. Ramaphosa to speak here because he has taken this parliament to court. And by taking this parliament to court, he has passed a motion of no confidence on this parliament. And he can't have his cake and still eat it because until the court has resolved on the dispute between us as parliament and him, he's got no leg to stand before us as a legitimate body to address us. And therefore, I ask that the Speaker should actually declare this meeting closed because he had no right even to convene us to come here. How can he convene the people that he has taken to court? And in that court, Speaker, you are the first respondent. Effectively, he has taken you to court. And that if he wins this case, it means that this body has acted unlawfully against him. We have a matter with him before court, and the right thing to do will be that we should allow the court to make a ruling before we can interface in the manner we're doing. Because the President has declared a motion of no confidence against his own parliament, something that has never happened.
Thank you.
President Mbeki can confirm that since 1994, we have seen this mess with what is before us now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malema. Honorable Malema, when I opened this session, I said this session is convened in terms of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, read together with Rule 7. And this has been called in order to discuss one item, in fact, not a discussion, for the President to provide us with his program of action of government, and therefore he will be allowed to proceed and deliver the State of the Nation address. This session has not been convened to discuss any other matter other than the one which I have just stipulated. Allow us, Honorable Malema, to allow the President to present his State of the Nation address. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Malema. I also would not want us to have a dialogue, Honorable members. Yes.
With due respect, Honorable Speaker, you cannot say that this event is called only to perform one item only. If that was the case, the joint rules were not going to allow the point of orders. Though the founders of this parliament knew that there might be a necessity, even when we are convened in this manner, for members of parliament to raise issues that are damaging the image of this institution. And I've raised that matter, and I would like you to consider it and not just dismiss it on the basis that we are here to listen to one item only. The rules were not going to provide for point of orders if we are only subjected to listen to one item. And therefore, I think the Speaker is out of order in that regard.
Very much, Honorable Malema. Honorable Malema and honorable members, there is nothing, absolutely nothing, stopping the President from addressing the House. In terms of Section 34, everyone, any one of us here has a right to access the courts of the Republic of South Africa. I now, please, honorable members, invite the President to deliver the state of, it is in our interest for us to listen to the State of the Nation address, honorable members. Mr. President, you may proceed. Mr. President, what is the point of order, honorable member?
Speaker, I'm raising on a point of order as is contained in Rule 14S of the Joint Rules of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. We can't bury our heads as Parliament and sit here convened by a person who has disregarded the institutions of the state. We know, as a matter of fact, that there is an issue which the Reserve Bank sought clarity from him on in relation to the money that is in Palapala. He has ignored that recurrent. The revenue collector, the FIC, SAPS, everyone else.
There is a point
I think that issue must, we can't bury our heads in the sand and listen to a person who is involved in wrongdoing, and we can't vote wrong into right as Parliament as we did in the last sitting when we were dealing with the Palapala issue.
You are now delivering a speech. This is a speech. Next week, no, Honorable Shibambo, please take your seat. Please take your seat. Honorable member, you know very well that next week you will have 2 days of debate of the State of the Nation address. For now, we are receiving the State of the Nation address from the President. Please, honorable member, now that I have raised a point of order with honor, he has raised a point of order, I've finished ruling with that, honorable members. Shall we now proceed with the State of the Nation address? Mr. President, my sincere apologies. I'm told there's a point of order from Mr. Zungula. Honorable Zungula.
Speaker.
Yes.
I want to call a next thing that you did, Speaker, is to anticipate what will happen in the House by reading rules of Parliament. And that is in violation of Rule 90 in terms of the rules. The second point of order, Speaker, is that you are disrupting speakers when they are addressing you. And Speaker,
Honorable Zungula,
you are violating
please take your
Rule
seat.
66.
Please
as I'm
take your
addressing
seat,
you.
Honorable Zungula.
You are violating the rule
Honorable
as I'm speaking to you.
Zungula, will
Because you are
please
interrupting me.
take your seat?
I'm not done, Speaker.
Honorable Zungula,
I'm not done.
take
Speaker,
your seat.
I'm a member of Parliament. I've got the
Honorable
right to raise
Zungula,
a point of order.
I am calling you for the third time. Honorable
Speaker, I am
Zungula.
raising a point of order.
Honorable
I'm raising
Zungula.
a point of order.
Honorable Zungula. Honorable Zungula, I have called you out thrice now. And I am now, no, hold on. Honorable Zungula, I read these rules deliberately and I stated that 14G allows that if the presiding officer is of the view, right, or that a member is deliberately contravening a provision, and that's exactly what you have just done. I request you to leave the House. I do. I request you, Honorable Zungula, to leave the House. Honorable Zungula, I request you to leave the House. Sergeant in arms, please. Honorable Zungula must leave the House. Thank you very much. Honorable members, Sergeant in arms, will you please call in the Parliamentary Protection Services to remove Honorable Zungula? I thank you, honorable members. In fact, honorable members, the reason why I ignored what Honorable Zungula raised, it is because it is not, he quoted a wrong rule. And that's it. This matter is now over. Honorable Zungula is out. Shall we then proceed with the State of the Nation address? Mr. President, you may proceed. You may proceed. Honorable members, may I just point out that the reason why I've removed Honorable Zungula is not about quoting a wrong rule, but that he defied my instruction. It has come to an end now, honorable members. Honorable Zungula defied my instruction. Will you please lower your hands? We are now proceeding with the business of the day. Mr. President. proceed.
Thank you,
Order,
Honorable
honorable members.
Speaker.
Honorable members, I'm not going to allow it. Honorable members, hold on. Mr. President, my apologies. Honorable members, I do want to say that I will not entertain spurious points of order. I will not entertain spurious points of order. Now, honorable members, we are not going to waste time on points of order. I am addressing you, honorable mandate. Just keep quiet until I finish, because I will give you the opportunity to speak. Right? Don't do that. Don't do that. No, don't. Honorable whoever. Honorable Tambo, Honorable Pambo, I'm watching you, Honorable Pambo. I am watching you. I am watching you. Honorable Mente. Honorable Mente. We look at the mics, honorable ICT. Thank you. Thank you.
Masibulele mama, sibulele kakhulu. Sizawukhumbula ubana ngo-2021 sabizwa ngupresident kule house esibizela izinga le-GBV eliphezulu. Emva koko wacela i-South Africans ubana ngaba zincedise ukulwa izinga le-GBV and femicide. Kodwa ephalaphala uthathe umfazi
honorable member,
wahlukumeza amapolisa phansi kwakhe.
Honorable member, wait. On what point are you rising?
On a point of order 14S.
Point of order 14S.
Point of order and 14S of the rules. 14L and 14S of the rules. 14 of joint rules.
Will you please go through that, honorable member?
I don't have the book with me.
Honorable
it allows me to address you.
Honorable member, the issue you are raising has nothing to do with what we are doing right now, with the business of the house.
Mama, 14S, when a point of order is raised, the member called to order shall resume his or her seat. Therefore, I'm calling a point of order. Everyone else must listen. And ngenhlonipho mama, ungangeni emlonyeni. Ngenhlonipho.
Honorable member.
So, mama,
the point of order you are raising has nothing to do with the violation of the rules which we are working on, of the joint rules.
It has everything to do.
You are engaging in a debate.
Mama, if mamele,
this is a debate.
If mamele, uzayiva lento nzayithetha. Awukhange undinike nethuba loba nditsho uba ndifuna uthini.
Honorable member.
Okay. Now, umongameli endlini yakhe ngexesha lento yephalaphala. Umfazi obephayana kunye nalamadoda.
Honorable member. You are out of order. You are out of order. Honorable member, you are out of order. This has nothing to do with the debate. Next week, if you think that you want to raise issues related to GBV, you will have an opportunity to do so. Right now, we are on item 1, and that item is only one only, and that is the State of the Nation address. Honorable members, please allow me to rule that I will not allow any more points of order unless the point of order, unless I haven't finished, honorable members, unless the point of order is related to the business of the day today, honorable members. Honorable member, we now. Honorable Khatebe. I've given you an opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm rising on the fact that you have already made a ruling. You have already made a ruling that you are not going to take any points of order anymore. Number two, Honorable Speaker. Number two, we cannot allow people to come and introduce a debate instead of a point of order. I request that the ruling you have made must be respected. Thank you.
I thank you, Honorable Khatebe. You are very correct, Honorable Member. Yes, he is. He is. I ruled that, Honorable Members, that we are now, in fact, I think we are now done. I've given an opportunity to honorable members to raise their issues, and none of what you are raising is related to what we're about here today. Honorable Dlamini, please, we want now to proceed. Honorable members, we want to proceed with the business of the House. It is now 20 past, since 20 minutes after, since we started with this. We now proceed, Honorable. Did I recognize him? Honorable Zamin, yes? On what point are you raising? Are you rising?
I'm rising on Rule 14U.
Which
14U.
14U?
I hope I must speak in the book.
There must be I read it to you. Yes.
So other people I pass up in Sunday.
Yes.
Yes. Speaker.
Yes.
As well seated here. How much more is the country must allow such incompetence to come and address us? This man who sits here, Mr.
Honorable Member, point of order. Point of order, withdraw that.
1 billion has not given those people.
Withdraw what you have done. This is not, don't say this man, it's an honorable member. It is an honorable member.
Honorable Mr. Ramaphosa.
Number two,
yes,
Honorable Dlamini.
Yes, Speaker.
Honorable Dlamini.
Yes, Speaker.
Shall we please respect one another?
No problem.
And maintain the decorum of the House? Honorable Dlamini, this is the President of the Republic of South Africa. That's number one. Number two, Honorable Member, I'm talking now.
No problem.
Honorable Dlamini, will you please now take your seat? Thank you, Honorable Dlamini. Dlamini, please, Honorable Member, please take your seat. Uzawuphuma ke ngoku. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, proceed. I see the game which you are playing, honorable members. And I will not allow you to proceed with it. This business of SONA will continue. I will not allow you to, Honorable Mawutwe, I'm addressing you, please stop that. Lower your hand. Thank you very much, honorable members. Please, let us respect one another. Thank you. Honorable the President. There is no point of order now. Is no point. I've given you adequate time and you are not raising issues relevant to what we are discussing here today. What you have been doing is to raise spurious points of order. I'm not allowing it. Proceed, Mr. President. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I'm not allowing any more points of order. Honorable Malema, I'm not allowing you. Honorable Shivambu, I am not allowing you. Honorable Mawutwe, I am not allowing you. Honorable Njozi, I am not allowing you to speak. Honorable Mkalipi, I will not allow you to speak. Honorable Honorable Tambo, I will not allow you to speak. Honorable Pambo, I will not allow you to speak. We now proceed with the debate of the House. Take your seat. Take your seat, Honorable Ndlozi. Take your seat. There's no point of order. Take your seat. There is nothing out of order at all right now. There is absolutely nothing out of order right now. We proceed with the business of the House. You may continue, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Mawutwe, Honorable Member, please lower your hand. Honorable Members, I don't want to find ourselves in a space where we have to enforce the rules. We all understand what the rules are. Honorable Tambo, uzawuphuma tata. Very soon we are going to be out. Uzawuphuma. No, man. We can't be disrespected in this way. South Africans would like to listen to the State of the Nation address. What you are doing, honorable members, is disrespecting not this assembly, but you are disrespecting all South Africans. I will not allow any more points of order. I have ruled and I am not going back on that one. If you do not want honorable members to be part of this session, if you don't want to be part of the session, if you don't want to listen to Sona, please, you may simply walk out and wait for us outside. That's it. I'm done with that, honorable members. I've come to a conclusion that what you all are raising has absolutely nothing to do with what we are about here today. I have, honorable members, decided that you should refrain, as I have said earlier on, from raising spurious points of order. I have, honorable members, I've allowed you to express yourselves, believing that the points of order you are raising, which are a privilege, by the way, you are unable to say exactly what it is that you want raised. And therefore, we have now closed the part that deals with points of order. I thank you, honorable members. Proceed, Mr. President, and I am sorry for keeping you standing. Proceed, Mr. President.
Thank you. Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Nosiviwe Mapisa Makula, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Mr. Amos Masondo, Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa,
honorable members,
Mr. David Mabuza.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. Take your seats, Mr. President. Honorable members, seeing that you are determined to ensure that we do not proceed with this sitting, once more I request you, those of you who do not want to be part of these proceedings today should actually leave the House. If not, honorable members, because what is happening now is that you are actually obstructing and you are interfering as the President is present. I'm not going to allow you to raise a point of order, because I have closed the points of order, right? Now, honorable members, I request you for the last time now, please, honorable members, will you please, all those of you who continue to say point of order, and I can point all of you. Now, there will be no point of order. and there will be no one who says point of order as the president now is addressing. I've given you an opportunity, I've given you ample time, and none of you have raised an issue related to what we are about here today. All that you are raising is an issue which has nothing to do with the State of the Nation address. The issue which you are raising is an issue which you will have a right to raise when you are engaging in your debates next week. Honorable members, I've closed it. I've closed it. I've closed it, honorable members. Honorable members, it is over. It can't continue. Thank you. Mr. President, you may continue.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Executive Mayor of the City of Cape Town, Mr. Gordon Hill Lewis, our former President, President Thabo Mbeki, former Deputy President, Ms. Baleka Mbete, President of the Pan-African Parliament, the Right Honorable Chief Fortune Charumbira.
Honorable members, I now give a notice and I'm going to call you one by one. And Sergeant in Arms, you will help me to remove or usher out people who do not want to be part of the debate. That is where we are now. Honorable Shivambo, Honorable Malema, Honorable Mente, Honorable Mawutwe, Honorable Dlamini, Honorable Ndlozi. I don't need to be assisted to chair, please. Let me deal with my mess right now. It's mine. Leave me to deal with it. Honorables, the ones I've just called now, you can leave the house. Now. Sergeant in Arms, leave the house. Whose names I've called out must leave the house. There's no point of order. Lower that hand. There's no point of order. And stop screaming at us. Lower that hand. Orupume. What's the name of the person? Members, you are refusing to leave the house. Thank you. I now suspend the proceedings. I now suspend the proceedings.
Services
Resume. Honorable members, the ladies of the PPS, honorable members, the ladies of the PPS, will you please remove the ladies? Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, we will now resume the business of the House. I want to start by apologizing, honorable members. Honorable members, I've noted your hand, honorable member. May you please allow me to address the House first. Thank you very much. Honorable members, I want to start by apologizing to all of you for what has just happened. I also want to apologize to the South African nation, which is watching the proceedings. I do want to thank the speed with which the PPS and the security of police came in and dealt with the issues. The issue is now we will proceed with the business of the House, honorable members. It was not our intention to continue in the manner in which we have done. But honorable members, we've had to suspend the House because there was disorder. Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable leader of the opposition party.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I don't intend to delay the proceedings any more than they have already, but it is an important point of parliamentary privilege. Prior to you issuing an instruction for the security services to enter the chamber, they had already entered the chamber, armed with firearms, and this matter has already been the subject of litigation in the High Court of South Africa, which ruled that it was not permissible for members of the armed services to enter the Chamber of Parliament without your express permission. That was not the case in the sequence of events. I'm not asking you to make a ruling now. However, I am asking you to examine the footage and for you to ensure that in future the rules of Parliament are upheld and that members of this House are not intimidated by an uninvited insurgence of the security services into the chamber. Thank you.
No, honorable member, may I just draw your attention to this. First, I don't know. I will have to watch the footage. But what I do know is that the honorable members who I had called out and requested to leave the chamber had not been invited to climb the stage where the president was sitting. That I must say, rules or no rules. Here was a situation, my common sense tells me that a president is sitting here and is addressing, and I ask people politely to leave the House, and instead of leaving the House, they climb the stage. It immediately threatens the security of the principal. And I want to request us, honorable leader of the opposition, that this should not be a matter now that delays the proceedings anymore. Anything else now, we will have to go back to the Hansard and go to the recordings and observe for ourselves, both you and us from our side. Being removed from the House can never allow you and give you the right to run to the stage where a principal is sitting. And I think that's the only reason. And please allow me, Honorable Steenhuisen, that I do not give you an opportunity to speak. Let us close this matter. This matter must be closed. You see, Honorable Member, there's a rule here which says, in the event of violence or a reasonable prospect of violence or serious disruption of the sitting as a result of a member's resistance to be removed, right? Now, the presiding officer may suspend the proceedings. And that is the basis on which I suspended okay, I see you disagree, and I will allow you once, and you, hold on, honorable members, I know you know the rules, you understand. I have a reason for doing this right now. Honorable Steenhuisen.
I apologize, Mr. President, for delaying you further than you've been delayed already. But this is an important point, and it's important for our Parliament. Madam Speaker, at that stage that the security services rushed in, there was at that stage no threat to life or limb. Furthermore, they could only enter the chamber upon your invitation. That was not the case. They entered the chamber prior to you saying, I invite the security services in to stabilize the situation. It is a very important point for you as a presiding officer to protect our Parliament from incursion from forces that account to the executive. And it's a parliamentary point, and I'm happy to take it to the Rules Committee with you, but I want it on the record that we are not going to let this matter lie here. It is an important point to prevent the intimidation of members of Parliament by members of the security services who account to a minister who sits on these benches. Thank you.
I thank you, Honorable Oosthuizen, and I have noted the points you have raised. Please allow me to proceed with the sitting, honorable members. Honorable Groenewald.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Unfortunately, I differ from my colleague, Honorable Steenhuisen. Maybe he doesn't understand the work and the job of the Presidential Guard. The EFF made a mistake to get onto this stage and make a threat to the President. I want to congratulate the Presidential Guard for what they did.
I thank you, Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think you have made a ruling on this matter. The matter was raised by the Honorable Leader of the official opposition. You did say that you will investigate this matter, look at Hansard and everything else, and I think we should leave it at that and proceed. South Africans are waiting to hear what solutions the President is going to offer to many crises that they are facing at this moment in time. And we should have the courtesy to allow the President to proceed so that we can respond next week. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
I thank you, Honourable Singh. Thank you very much, Honourable members of the opposition. Thanks to all of you. You've made your point, and we now have come to an end with regards to the points of order. I've allowed people to express themselves. We are now proceeding with the business of the State of the Nation address. Proceed, Mr. President.
Speaker of the National Assembly, I greet you once more
as well as the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Mr. Amos Masondo. I also extend my greetings to Deputy President of the Republic, David Dabe de Mabuza, the Executive Mayor of the City of Cape Town, Mr. Gordon Hill Lewis, former President Thabo Mbeki, former Deputy President Balega Mbete, President of the Pan-African Parliament, the Right Honorable Chief Fortune Charumbira, the Chief Justice of the Republic, Justice Raymond Zondo, and members of the judiciary, premiers here present, mayors, heads of institutions supporting democracy, Deputy President of the governing party, Mr. Paul Mashatile, and leaders of other parties, members of parliament, Chief of the South African National Defence Force, Commissioner of the South African Police Service, Commissioner of the South African Revenue Service, fellow South Africans. It is indeed a great honor for me, despite what happened earlier, to stand before you this evening to present the State of the Nation. The moment of the State of the Nation endears us to ask ourselves a number of questions, but the one I want to focus on today is what defines us as a nation? We are not a nation defined by the oceans and the rivers that form the boundaries of our land. We are not defined by the minerals under our earth or the spectacular landscape above it. We are not even defined by the languages and the cultures that we have as a people, or by the songs that we sing, or even by the work that we do. We are, at our most essential, a nation defined by hope and resilience. It was hope that sustained us during the struggle for freedom, and it is hope that swells our sails as we steer our country out of turbulent waters to calmer seas. Even in these trying times, it is hope that should sustain us and fuel our determination to overcome even the greatest of difficulties, and difficulties we have by the ton. Just 3 years ago, our country was devastated by the worst global pandemic in living memory. Thousands of lives were lost. Companies that employ many of our people closed, and jobs were lost. COVID-19 did not browbeat us into submission or disillusionment. Working together, we overcame that crisis, and we have started to recover. And it is important for us to pause for a moment and look back whence we have come, that we have recovered, much as a number of families, more than 100,000 or so, have lost their loved ones. But it is during this period, as we look back and as we look at what has been unfolding, that we need to say there are certain things that are happening in our country that we need to take note of. Today, our economy is larger than it was before the pandemic. Between the third quarters of 2021 and 2022, around 1.5 million new jobs were created in our economy. That's something to note. The presidential employment stimulus has provided work and livelihood opportunities to more than 1 million people who did not work. Last year, our matriculants, and something that we need to be proud of, defied the effects of the pandemic to achieve a pass rate of 80%, and we ought to congratulate them for that achievement. And we see this spirit of resilience and determination and achievement in our artists, in our musicians, actors, authors, sportsmen and women who are making waves here at home and on the continent and beyond our shores. Banyana Banyana made us proud when they won the Women's African Cup of Nations to become the African champions. Zakes Bantwini, Nomngebo Zikode, and Wouter Kellerman just recently made our country proud at the Grammy Awards for their collaboration in the song Bayete. What we have achieved as a nation over the past year, despite our challenges, should remind us that the promise of South Africa is alive. The progress we have seen should give us courage as we look and as we must look to a better future. And yet, I address you this evening, fellow South Africans, in your homes across the country, and many people are suffering. Many of our people are worried. Many are uncertain, and many are without hope. But of this I am certain, whatever the difficulties of the moment, whatever the crises that we face, we will rise to meet them together, and together we will overcome the difficulties. This we will be able to do if we work together, and more importantly, if we leave no one behind. We gather here at a time of crisis. Our country has, for many months, endured a debilitating electricity shortage that has caused immense damage to our economy and to the livelihoods of our people. And for 2 years before that, our society, as I said, was devastated by COVID-19 that caused great loss of life and much hardship. The pandemic worsened the situation of deep unemployment as we lost more than 2 million jobs. The pandemic negatively affected livelihoods and increased poverty. In July, in 2021, we experienced the worst public violence and destruction in the history of our democracy, costing over 300 lives. Last year, parts of the Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal and Northwest were struck by catastrophic flooding that caused extensive loss of life and also destruction of homes and destruction of infrastructure. And now persistent load shedding is impeding our recovery from the effects of all these events. We know that without a reliable supply of electricity, businesses cannot grow, assembly lines cannot run, crops cannot be irrigated, and basic services are interrupted. Load shedding means that households and our supermarkets and shops are unable to keep food fresh, water supply is often disrupted, traffic lights do not work, streets are not lit at night. Without a reliable supply of electricity, our efforts to grow an inclusive economy that creates jobs and reduces poverty will not succeed. Therefore, as we outline our agenda for the year ahead, our most immediate task is to dramatically reduce the severity of load shedding in the coming months and ultimately to end load shedding altogether. Now, under these conditions, we cannot proceed as we usually would. The people of South Africa want action, they want solutions, and they want government to work for them. They simply want to know when a problem like load shedding will be brought to an end. We are therefore focused on those actions that will make a meaningful difference now and will enable real progress within the next year, and that we lay a foundation for a sustained recovery into the future. We are not presenting a new plan, nor are we outlining here the full program of government. Rather, we are concentrating on those issues that concern South Africans the most: load shedding, unemployment, poverty and rising cost of living, crime and corruption. I must say, honorable members, there are no easy solutions to any of these challenges. Yet we have the strength, the means and the wherewithal, yes, to overcome them. If we work together and act boldly and decisively, leaving no one behind, we will be able to resolve our challenges. This State of the Nation address is about seeing hope where there is despair. It is about showing a way out of these crises. This evening we will give an account of a number of areas where progress in implementing the commitments we made in last year's State of the Nation address has been made. And there are others where progress has not been made. And we will be quite candid about that. Over the course of the last year, we have laid a firm foundation based on the commitments that we made for faster growth through our investment drive. The economic reforms that we have embarked upon, public employment programs, and an expanding infrastructure program. What is clear from our experience of the last few years, indeed from our history as a democracy, is that we are not a people easily resigned to our fate. When we faced the greatest challenge of apartheid, we did not submit to the oppression that the apartheid regime imposed on our people. We stood firm and engaged in a struggle, hopeful that our cause would triumph, and it did. Against all odds, we were able to succeed. We can and we will change the circumstances in which we find ourselves today. We are both able and determined to overcome the difficulties that we face and place our economy on a firm path of recovery. Our most immediate priority is to restore energy security. We are in the grip of a profound energy crisis, the seeds of which were planted many years ago. We cannot undo the mistakes that were made in the past, the capacity that was not built, the damage that was done to our power plants due to a lack of maintenance, and the effects of state capture on our institutions. What we can do is to fix the problem today, to keep the lights on tomorrow and for generations to come. In July last year, I announced a clear action plan to address the energy crisis. This was to address the electricity shortfall of 4,000 to 6,000 megawatts. The plan outlined 5 key interventions. First, to fix Eskom's coal-fired power stations and improve the availability of existing supply. Second, to enable and also to accelerate investment in generation capacity. Thirdly, to accelerate procurement of new capacity from renewables, gas, and battery storage. And fourth, to unleash businesses and households to invest in rooftop solar. The fifth one, fundamentally, to transform the electricity sector to achieve long-term energy security. Now, many experts agree that this plan is the most realistic route to end load shedding. Now, during the last 6 months, we have made important progress in the implementation of this plan. We have taken steps to improve the performance of Eskom's existing power stations so that the coal-fired power stations that provide 80% of our electricity produce the amount of electricity for which they were designed. Under its new board, Eskom is deploying people and resources to improve the reliability of the 6 power stations that have contributed most to load shedding. Eskom is urgently fast-tracking the construction of a temporary solution to bring back 3 units at Kusile Power Station following the collapse of the chimney or the flue last year, while simultaneously repairing the permanent structure. We are rebuilding the skills that have been lost over time. And we have already recruited a number of skilled personnel to senior levels to be deployed at underperforming power stations. And this is where South Africans have come to the fore, voluntarily and offering their services. And it has just been amazing the way South Africans have rallied together to say this is our common problem and we must work together to resolve it, and not stand on rooftops and just criticize, but find ways of resolving these problems. The Engineering Council of South Africa has offered to give as much assistance as required by deploying engineers to work with the management teams at power stations. We have deep skills and expertise right here in South Africa. We just need to use them. National Treasury is finalizing a solution to address Eskom's 400 billion rand debt burden. And they are doing so in a manner that is equitable and fair to all stakeholders, which will enable the utility to make the necessary investments in maintenance as well as transmission. Government will support Eskom to secure additional funding to continue purchasing diesel for the rest of the financial year. This should reduce the severity of load shedding, as Eskom will be able to use its diesel-run plants when the system is under strain. Eskom has launched a program to buy excess power from private generators and has already secured some 300 megawatts, also from neighboring countries around us. The South African Police Service has established a dedicated team with senior leadership to deal with the pervasive corruption and theft at several power stations that has contributed to the poor performance of a number of these stations. An intelligence-driven operation at Eskom-related sites has also so far resulted in the arrest of a number of people, and we are counting 43 and going upwards. As part of the broader reform process, the restructuring of Eskom that we previously announced and spoke about here in this Parliament is proceeding, and the National Transmission Company will soon be operational with an independent board. Later this year, we will table the Electricity Regulation Amendment Bill to this Parliament to transform the energy sector and establish a competitive electricity market like what is done in other countries. As indicated in July last year, and with a view to addressing load shedding crisis, we are going to proceed with the rollout of rooftop solar panels. In his budget speech, the Minister of Finance will outline how households will be assisted and how businesses will be able to benefit from a tax incentive. And National Treasury is working on adjustments to the Bounce Back Loan Scheme to help small businesses to invest in solar equipment and to allow banks and development finance institutions to borrow directly from the scheme to facilitate the leasing of solar panels to their customers. One of the potent reforms we have embarked upon is to allow private developers to generate electricity. There are now more than 100 projects which are expected to provide over 9,000 megawatts of new capacity over time. A number of companies that have participated in the renewable energy program will soon enter construction and will deliver a total of 2,800 megawatts of new capacity. And Eskom will procure emergency power that can be deployed within 6 months to close the immediate gap. We are investing in new transmission lines and substations, especially in areas such as the Eastern Cape, Northern Cape, and Western Cape. All of these measures will result in a massive increase in power to the grid over the next 12 to 18 months and also beyond. Now, this power will be in line with our diverse mix of energy sources, including our current coal-fired power stations, solar, wind, gas, nuclear, hydro, and battery storage. To fully implement this plan, we need a central coordination, and we also need to take decisive action. Some of the processes have been held up by regulations, have been held up by various processes that are embedded in the architecture that we have regarding energy. In a time of crisis, we need a single point of command and a single line of march. Just as we address the cause of the crisis, we also need to address its impact. Now, the crisis has progressively evolved to affect every part of society. We must act to lessen the impact of the crisis on farmers, on small businesses, on our water infrastructure, on our transport network, and a number of other areas and facilities that support our people's lives. Now, in considering all these matters and the crisis that we are in, the National Disaster Management Center has consequently classified the energy crisis and its impact as a disaster. We are therefore declaring a national state of disaster to respond to the electricity crisis and its effect. The Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs has just gazetted the declaration of the state of disaster, which will begin with immediate effect. Now, what will the state of disaster enable us to do? It will enable us to provide practical measures that we need to take to support businesses, a number of businesses, for instance, in food production, storage, retail supply chains, including for the rollout of generators and solar panels and uninterrupted power supply. Where technically possible, it will also enable us to exempt critical infrastructure such as hospitals and water treatment plants from load shedding. And it will enable us to accelerate energy projects and limit regulatory requirements while maintaining rigorous environmental protection as well as procurement principles and technical standards. Now, the Auditor General will be brought in to ensure continuous monitoring of expenditure in order to guard against any abuses of funds needed to attend to this disaster. Now, to deal more effectively and urgently with the challenges that confront us, I will appoint a Minister of Electricity in the Presidency to assume full responsibility for overseeing all aspects of the electricity crisis response. You better listen, including the work of the National Energy Crisis Committee. Now, the Minister will focus full-time on the work with the ESCOM board and the management on ending load shedding and ensuring that the Energy Action Plan is implemented without delay. Now, so as to remove any confusion, the Minister of Public Enterprises will remain the shareholder representative of ESCOM and steer the restructuring of ESCOM and ensure the establishment of the transmission company, oversee the implementation of the Just Energy program, and oversee the establishment of the SOE holding company. Now, the process of restructuring government will give us an opportunity to determine the positioning of various areas of responsibility and how best the various ministries and departments can best serve our national objectives. Now, we are focusing our attention on the energy crisis right now, and we will address the restructuring of government in due course. This is necessary because an effective response to this crisis involves several different departments as well as entities that require coordination from the center of government. We will be including other social partners in an effective structure similar to the one that we set up to drive the vaccine rollout. Extraordinary circumstances do call for extraordinary measures. Now, we have cooperated extremely well with a number of role players. The energy crisis is an existential threat to our economy and to the social fabric of our country. We must therefore spare no effort, and we must allow no delay in implementing the measures that are going to enable us to address the crisis. And I'm doing this because much as we have the various regulations, the various laws, the coordination, particularly when it comes to addressing the electricity crisis, is an important instrument that I need to enable us to address this process. Hence, we will have this minister who will day and night just be focusing on this crisis that we are dealing with. As we take these actions to resolve the energy crisis, we are mindful of the risks that climate change poses to our society. Extreme weather events in the form of drought, floods, and wildfires increasingly pose a risk to the health, well-being, and safety of our people. We will continue our just transition to a low-carbon economy at a pace our country is able to keep up with, and at a pace we can afford, and in a manner that ensures energy security. We will undertake our just transition in a way that opens up the possibility of new investments, new industrialization, and that, above all, creates new jobs. The Presidential Climate Commission is guiding much of this work, and in doing so, building a new model for inclusive and collective decision-making, incorporating the individuals, workers, and communities that are most affected in the transition. Much as I'm the chairman of this commission, I'm ably assisted by Mr. Vali Musa, who used to be a minister in our government. Through the Just Energy Transition Investment Plan, 1.5 trillion rand will be invested in our economy over the next 5 years in new frontiers, new sectors of our economy such as renewable energy, green hydrogen, electric vehicles, fuel cells, and you name them. These new sectors are emerging in our economy and are emerging quite fast in the green energy and the electric vehicles. Many other countries are already moving towards manufacturing electric vehicles, and we cannot be left behind as South Africans. And as we move on, we will be able, yes, to address all these new technologies and industries, because this new period ushers in a number of opportunities. It ushers in a number of opportunities to create jobs. A number of projects are already underway, including the development of the new facility by Sasol at Boegoebaai in the Northern Cape, the Priska Power Reserve in the Free State, and the Hydrogen Valley Initiative in Limpopo and KwaZulu-Natal. The Northern Cape has already attracted well over 100 billion rand in investments in renewable energy projects. Now, these projects, no doubt, are going to create a lot of jobs. There's a lot of new investments that are happening in the Northern Cape. It has ushered in a great deal of hope amongst the people of the Northern Cape. These and other massive investments in renewable energy will create jobs and stimulate local economies, not only in the Northern Cape, but also in the Eastern Cape, the Western Cape, in Mpumalanga, turning even the most arid desert into a giant of energy source. Above all, our just transition will prioritize workers and communities in vulnerable industries to ensure that no one is left behind. Our economy needs to grow much faster if we are to meaningfully reduce unemployment. And in terms of unemployment in our country is a structural form of challenge and problem, but we need to address it. In the State of the Nation address last year, we spoke of our intention to forge a comprehensive social compact that would join all social partners in a common program to rebuild our economy and to enable higher growth. But I must say tonight that we have not been able to conclude a comprehensive social compact in the time frame we had envisaged, because a number of new circumstances emerged that made it difficult for social partners to forge a consensus. But the good thing is, the social partners have expressed their intention, and I've been talking to them up till just yesterday. Both labor, business, and community, they have expressed a clear intention to conclude a social compact and have continued to work on a framework to enable joint action in key areas such as energy, transport, logistics, employment creation, and skills development. I have no reason to doubt the commitment that they have expressed to me. They have also identified a number of areas in terms of localization, social protection, crime, and corruption. While we remain committed to forging a new consensus amongst all sectors of our society, we have also undertaken practical collaborations in specific areas. Let me say, it is not like processes of consensus building have not been going on. They have. A number of other compacts have been concluded amongst our social partners. We see the commitment of all social partners in the compacts that have been forged to fight COVID-19 pandemic, undertake the largest vaccination program where we worked very closely with business and labor. We have seen it in initiatives like the Solidarity, promote investment and to develop master plans in sectors of the economy such as automotives, clothing and textiles. Many of us will remember that clothing and textiles had almost been wiped out in our country. Social partners got together and decided that we've got to save our clothing and textile industry. We've seen them work together in poultry, in sugar, agriculture, and global business services. The master plans that have been concluded are supporting the revival of various sectors of our economy. They're also bringing about investment by the private sector and yielding new jobs and supporting livelihoods. We are pleased that the social partners, particularly business, has been providing support to implement the Energy Action Plan in the spirit of social compacting. Similarly, we have developed a close working relationship with both labor and community-based organizations in supporting other aspects of the energy crisis response. Just as energy is essential for economic growth, so is another important area of South African life, a reliable water supply and efficient transport and road infrastructure system. Our rail network has suffered from many years of underinvestment. It has suffered from lack of maintenance. It has also suffered from criminal activity and inefficiency. Now, to address this, last year we adopted the National Rail Policy to guide the modernization and reform of the rail sector, providing, amongst other things, for third-party access to our rail network. Those who have money, that they should come and participate without diluting the important role that is played by government. We are working across government to develop a Transnet roadmap that will translate our policy commitments into reality, including the restructuring of the Transnet freight rail to create a separate infrastructure manager, to the rail network by October of this year. Transnet and private sector companies will conclude partnerships at the Durban and Ngqura container terminals to enable new investment in our ports and improve their efficiency. Now, this will help our ports to regain their global position as some of the most efficient ports once again. There has been great success, for instance, in repositioning Port Elizabeth Automotive Terminal, which has more than doubled its capacity and has already seen an increase in exports. Many more vehicles destined for overseas markets are rolling off the Port Elizabeth Automotive Terminal. Transnet is also rehabilitating its idle locomotives and expanding its fleet. And soon there will be a solution to the challenge that, yes, we've been facing with regard to getting our locomotives to move once again. We have faced challenges in the transportation of commuters on passenger rail, and this has been raised sharply by trade unions with us who represent the working people of our country. Now, following the restructuring that is underway in PRASA, 13 commuter rail lines have been reopened, significantly reducing the cost of travel for many workers. The reliable supply of water is essential for the well-being of people and the growth of our economy. As I drink my water now. Now, to ensure water security now and into the future, the Department of Water and Sanitation is leading the process of investing in major infrastructure projects across the country. And the Water Department, the Water Ministry, has a deep knowledge of the water network throughout our country. And they've already made out plans for various water systems in our country and what we need to do. Now, after being delayed for several years, full-scale construction works for the Lesotho Highlands Phase 2 project will commence this year. I will be going to Lesotho with the Prime Minister of Lesotho to go and see the works that are underway. The Lesotho Highlands project is critical for ensuring security of water supply to Gauteng, Free State, Mpumalanga, Northwest, as well as the Northern Cape. Several decades after it was first proposed, and 9 years after a sword-turning ceremony was held, the first phase of Umzimvubu Water Project will start this year, the very coming financial year, which starts this very year. Now, this phase, which involves construction of the Ntabelanga Dam, irrigation infrastructure, and the distribution of water to surrounding communities, will be financed by government. The next phase to be constructed will be the Lelani Dam, which will include a hydropower station. Major projects to increase the capacity of the Clan William Dam, the Hazelmere Dam, the Tzanini Dam will improve the supply of water to the West Coast, eThekwini, and the eastern part of Limpopo. Now, I went with the Minister of Water and Sanitation to the Guyana project that has been lying fallow for years. And we were able to see the first flow of water, and I have insisted that that project must be completed and the people around the Guyana villages must get their water. Last year, we announced a comprehensive turnaround plan to streamline the process for water use license applications, which is vital to enable greater investment. Since then, we have cleared the backlog of water use licenses and reduced the turnaround time for applications to 90 days. Now, we did identify this as one of the reform processes that we spoke about here, and that has now been reduced. Number of people used to wait up to 3 years just to get a water license. It's now been reduced to 90 days. Our infrastructure build program is gaining pace through the work of the Infrastructure Fund and Infrastructure South Africa, which has been established to support strategic infrastructure projects. One of the greatest obstacles to infrastructure investment is the lack of technical skills, project management capacity. And we have found this weakness across all of government. And to fix this Infrastructure South Africa has been allocated 600 million rand for project preparation, specifically in rural and under-resourced areas. The support and planning mechanisms that we have put in place over several years are now starting to bear fruit in increased public investment in infrastructure. By January this year, projects that are worth 232 billion rand were under construction, and projects worth nearly 4 billion rand have been completed. The completed projects include new human settlements in Gauteng, road upgrades, and the development of small harbors. In a major development, the South African National Roads Agency, SANRAL, has awarded road construction contracts worth 18 billion rand over the last 3 months. Now, this is where we begin to see real movement, and this is where construction companies begin to see real contracts being awarded. The construction of Msikaba Bridge and Mtentu Bridge will be finished and make travel in the Eastern Cape much better. This investment will substantially benefit the construction industry and enable large-scale job creation, skills development, poverty relief, especially in rural communities. And what I like with these projects is that as they are executed, the community around these projects become part of the project development. They are also involved in a variety of ways. It's not like construction companies that are being parachuted in and they move out. They leave skills developed in the area. Small and medium enterprises also developed and established and growing. Last year, we said we would increase the construction of rural bridges as part of the Welisizwe program to enable residents to easily and safely reach schools, workplaces, and amenities. Now, a number of us would have seen horrific pictures of when the rivers are in flood, people are not able to cross the bridges, the rivers rather, and young people cannot go to schools, and the residents around those rivers are not able to travel at all. Now, 24 bridges in KwaZulu-Natal are currently under construction, and site preparations are being made for a further 24 bridges. Now, this is all being done with the great technical capability of the South African National Defence Force, whom we must applaud because they are building bridges for our country. In the telecommunications sector, one of the things that we spoke about in the last State of the Nation address, the completion of the spectrum auction has been the spectrum auction has been done, and it has unlocked new investment and has contributed some 14 billion rand to the fiscus. During the course of this year, we will migrate the remaining households to digital television signal and complete the switch off of analog transmission. This has taken quite a long time, but yes, better late than never, and that's where we are. Now, saying better late than ever is not a culture and a practice that I want to see continuing in government. I want to see agility, faster execution, and I want to see everyone across government doing their work and making sure that we do indeed achieve what we have said we will. This will release valuable spectrum for the rollout of 5G mobile networks and will reduce the cost of data. These actions will bring us closer to our vision of affordable, high-speed internet access for all. In the State of the Nation address last year, a number of my colleagues who live in the rural areas, whenever I try to call them and they don't have connectivity, they always say, because we are in the rural areas, we don't have that. Now, this initiative is going to enable even the people in our rural areas to have better connectivity like all others in the urban areas. We said in the State of the Nation address that we would concentrate our efforts on mobilizing greater levels of investment, which is essential to growing the economy as well as creating jobs. We said that we would give impetus to the campaign that we embarked upon nearly 5 years ago to raise $100 billion, which then translated to 1.3 trillion rand. Last year, the 4th South African Investment Conference raised 367 billion in investment commitments, bringing our 5-year investment target firmly within sight. Over the last year, many of these commitments have resulted in the companies that made these commitments investing in new factories, call centers, solar power plants, undersea fiber optic cables, the expansion of production lines, the adoption of new technologies. Importantly, these investments have resulted in new jobs and new opportunities for small emerging businesses as well. On the 3rd of April this year, we will hold our 5th South African Investment Conference. At this conference, we will set a new target. Having achieved our 1.2 trillion rand, we will set a new target to mobilize, and this is an investment mobilizing opportunity we have, to mobilize more than 2 trillion in new investment by 2028. Now, the investments that have flowed into the economy to date have contributed substantial increase in local production. These investments have encouraged our efforts to buy local. Last year, I delivered the State of the Nation address wearing a suit and shoes proudly made in South Africa. This evening, I am drinking, and this is the glass. I am drinking water from a glass made in Wadeville last week by workers from Katlehong, Vosloorus, and Germiston. Now, for many years, I can tell you, South Africa has been importing its drinking glasses. Now we are increasingly making them locally. But it's not just glasses. If you go to hospital for an operation, chances, and heaven forbid, chances are that you will receive an anesthetic made in a world-class manufacturing facility in the Eastern Cape. During my state visit to the United Kingdom last year, a South African firm obtained a license to produce an oral vaccine for cholera for the first time here in South Africa. Now, competition merger agreements have provided for more fuel to be refined locally and more foods to be bought from local farmers. Last year, we committed to unlocking investment in the hemp and cannabis sector. We are moving to create the enabling conditions for this sector to grow. Now, this is an organic sector that our mothers and fathers, grandparents have been involved in many parts of the country. The Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, and the Department of Health will address existing conditions for the cultivation of hemp and cannabis to allow outdoor cultivation and collection of harvests from traditional farmers. Now, this will unlock enormous economic energy in the rural areas of our country, especially in the Eastern Cape, in KwaZulu-Natal and in Mpumalanga, where they've been growing this stuff over many, many years. And this stuff that has supported many children to go to school and university. And you know what stuff I'm talking about. Now, urgent work is being finalized by government to create an enabling environment framework for a whole plant, all legitimate purposes so that we can have complementarity with regard to medicines, food, cosmetics, industrial products, and aligned to international conventions and best practices. This includes the reprioritization of the departmental budgets for sector development and support for traditional black farmers and the alignment of the South African police service enforcement with the regulatory reforms. A growing economy must also be an increasingly inclusive economy. The inaugural Black Industrialist Conference in July of last year showed the successes of black South Africans in producing food, manufacturing that, car parts, furniture, clothing, steel, chemicals, mining products, creating many thousands of jobs and adding to our gross domestic product. We now have almost 1,000 black industrialists participating in the Black Industrialist Program. As an example of the technological prowess of these industrialists, one of the award winners at the conference was Astrofika Technologies, a company co-founded by a black woman, Jesindaba, that provides data solutions for the operation of satellites. She told me that she exports these processes to a number of other countries that launch satellites into space. We have made progress in the last year in achieving greater levels of worker ownership in the economy. There are now more than 400,000 workers who own shares in the companies or firms that they work for. And this has been at the instance of DTCI, which has been nudging companies to move in that direction. Growth and creation of jobs in our economy will be driven by small and medium-sized enterprises, by cooperatives and informal businesses. In other countries, most of the jobs, almost 60%, are created by this level or this category of companies. Last year, we launched the Bounce Back Loan Scheme administered by banks and other financial institutions and guaranteed by the government for companies that need finance to recover from the effects of the pandemic. the Department of Small Business Development will work with National Treasury on how the scheme can be strengthened to assist small and medium enterprises and businesses in the informal sector. To address the challenge of youth unemployment, the Employment Tax Initiative has been expanded to encourage businesses to hire more young people in large numbers. Now, this is a scheme that is underwritten by government. Last year, I announced that we would be seeking to reduce red tape so that we can rid our country of the unnecessary bureaucracy that often holds us back. The red tape reduction team in the presidency under Mr. Sipho Nkosi has been working with various departments to make it easier to do business. It has taken a collaborative approach, working with departments and agencies in areas such as mining rights, systems, tourism, transport operator licenses, visas, work permits, early childhood development, and the informal sector. This year, we will finalize amendments to the Businesses Act to reduce regulatory impediments for SMMEs and cooperatives and make it easier for entrepreneurs to start businesses. Through the Small Enterprise Finance Agency, SEFA, we plan to provide 1.4 billion in financing for over 90,000 entrepreneurs. Now, government, in partnership with the SME Fund, is working to establish a fairly substantial fund which could get up to 10 billion rand to support SMME growth. Government, through the Ministry of Finance, is looking at the possibility of providing a portion of that funding so that, yes, business should also be able to provide some 7.5 billion that will be raised from the private sector. Now, this will then provide a great fund that our small, medium enterprises will be able to tap into. Now, the good thing is here we will be working with the private sector, who are much more driven, who are much more focused, and who move faster. And together with them, we as government will then be able to have this fund set up so that we can support the creation of jobs through the small, medium enterprises. The licensing of the Post Bank will lay the foundation of the creation of a state bank that will provide services, financial services, to SMMEs, particularly to the youth, the women-owned businesses, and other underserved communities. As the National Assembly considers the Post Bank Amendment Bill, the Post Bank is reviewing its service offerings so that it can provide a viable and affordable alternative to the commercial banks. Because we always hear many of our people who need funding, as they go to commercial banks, they are always fobbed off, rejected, because they don't have collateral, because they don't have this and all that. The most effective and sustainable way to build an economy is to equip our people with skills and know-how to drive it. We have therefore been working to strengthen the link between the skills that we develop and the skills the workplace needs. This year, the National Skills Fund will provide 800 million rand to develop skills in the digital and technology sector through an innovative model that links payment for training to employment outcomes. We reiterate our call to companies. We reiterate our call also to government departments and to state-owned enterprises to remove the requirement for work experience for young people seeking entry-level positions. Now, it is often said that you must have experience, even when you are a first-time job seeker. Where will you get the experience when you have not been given an opportunity to work? And that is why we say remove that requirement. Last year we said that we would place over 10,000 TVET college graduates in employment. We have surpassed that figure and have now set a target for 2023 to 20,000 TVET graduates to be placed in employment. The number of students entering artisan training in TVET colleges will be increased from 17,000 to 30,000 in 2023 academic year. One of the key ingredients for economic growth and competitiveness is the ability to attract skills which the economy needs. Having completed a comprehensive review of the work visa system, we will move quickly to implement the recommendations put forward. We have had a real veteran in the civil service, Mr. Mavuso Msimang, who has been focused on just doing the research and looking at the recommendations that can be put forward. Now, these include establishing a more flexible points-based system to attract skilled immigration, implementing a trusted employer scheme to make the visa process easier for large investors, and streamlining the application requirements. We will also be introducing a remote worker visa and a special dispensation for high-growth startups. While the reform program is underway, we will continue to support public and social employment to provide work to those who need it. Last year, we spoke about the value of the presidential employment stimulus in providing work and livelihood opportunities. The initiative has now created over 1 million opportunities, reaching every province and district in our country. Last week, a new cohort of 150,000 school assistants started work at more than 22,000 schools, offering dignity, hope, and vital work experience to young people who were unemployed. The Social Employment Fund is recruiting 50,000 participants in its next phase to undertake work for the common good, and the revitalized National Youth Service will also create a further 36,000 opportunities through non-profit and community-based organizations. Now, the Department of Home Affairs has appointed the first cohort of 10,000 unemployed young people to digitize more than 340 million paper-based civic records. Now, this is an important task which emanates also from our past, apartheid past. These young people are going to be going through all this, and 10,000 of them, for a start, and more to come, have now been employed. There are now more than 3 million users registered on the SA Youth Mobi platform, which is a zero-rated online platform for young South Africans to access opportunities for learning and earning. This has been done in close collaboration with the National Youth Development Agency, an agency which continues to provide valuable assistance to young entrepreneurs and to work seekers. I really applaud the NYDA for the focused manner in which they are helping young people. The presidential employment stimulus is also supporting people to earn their own living. Around 140,000 small-scale farmers have received input vouchers to buy seeds, fertilizer, and equipment, providing a boost for food security and agricultural reform, particularly in our rural areas. Now, this initiative, which was researched by an independent academic, has led to the cultivation of some 640,000 hectares of land. An impressive 68% of these farmers are women. This year, we aim to provide 250,000 more vouchers to small-scale farmers. Now, these are examples of the difference that government is making and can make in people's lives. Creativity and commitment. The rising cost of living, fellow South Africans, is deepening poverty and inequality. Millions of South Africans are unable to provide for themselves and their families. There is the single mother in Alex who is worried about how she will make ends meet as the cost of maize and taxi fares continues to rise. There is the factory worker in Gqeberha who now faces an uncertain future as load shedding brings the assembly line that she works in to a halt. It is the job of the state to provide a minimum level of protection below which no South African should fall. Right now in our country, there are more than 25 million people who receive some form of income or support from the state. In addition, around 2 million indigent households receive free basic water, free basic electricity, and free solid waste removal. Around 60% of our budget is spent on what is known as the social wage, providing various forms of support, basic services and assistance to households and individuals to combat poverty and hunger. And in support of this work, to counter the rising costs of living, we will continue with the Social Relief of Distress Grant, which the Minister of Finance will talk to when he presents his budget, which currently reaches 7.8 million people. We will ensure that existing social grants, yes, are provided and are even increased to cushion the poor against rising inflation. And this will be set out in the budget that the Minister will provide. Work is underway to develop a mechanism for targeted basic income support for the most vulnerable, while within our fiscal constraints. This will build on the innovation we introduced through the SRD fund, or grant rather, including linking the data that we have across government to make sure we reach all those who are in need. National Treasury is considering the feasibility of urgent measures to mitigate the impact of load shedding on food prices. This year, we will take steps to unlock massive value for poor households by expediting the provision of title deeds for subsidized housing. The current backlog in processing title deeds is over 1 million houses, which amounts to an estimated 242 billion rand in assets that should be in the hands of South Africa's poorest households. We will focus not just on eradicating this backlog, but on making the title deed system more effective and much more accessible. As we undertook in the State of the Nation address last year, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure has finalized the transfer of 14,000 hectares of state land for housing. Access to quality education for all is the most powerful instrument we have to end poverty. We need to start with children who are very young, providing them with the foundation that they need to write and read for meaning, to learn and to develop. It is therefore significant that the number of children who receive the early childhood development subsidy has more than doubled between 2019 and 2022, reaching 1.5 million children. But we still have a long way to go, as there are some 7 million children that we've got to reach. The Department of Basic Education is streamlining the requirements of the early childhood development centers to access support and enable thousands more to receive subsidies from government. While at the other end of the basic education journey, we must applaud, as I said earlier, last year's matric pass rate, because it has a number of indicators for us. And the increase has been across all provinces where we've shown improvement. This was up from 76% the year before. The share of bachelor passes in the no-fee schools, and these are schools that are quintile 1 to quintile 3, improved from 55% in 2019 to 64% in 2022. Now, these are children who come from very poor families, and that is why they are classified as no-fee schools, where government supports their education fully. The improvement that we are seeing is quite phenomenal. This means that the performance of learners from poor schools is steadily improving, confirming the value of the support that government provides to them. What these results reveal is that there is a silent revolution that is taking place in our schools. It's a silent revolution that is underway. As we see these children improving and getting better, schools must be safe and allow for effective learning and teaching. The Sanitation Appropriate for Education initiative, known as SAFE, together with government's Accelerated School Infrastructure Delivery Initiative, has built 55,000 appropriate toilets with resources from the public and the private sector. To produce the skills our country needs, we are expanding the vocational education and training system through the implementation of the approved curriculum of the 3 streams model. This year, government plans to finalize the comprehensive student funding model for higher education, particularly for students who fall outside the current NSFAS criteria, reaching those who are known as the missing middle. Now, honorable members, violent crime takes a heavy toll on every South African. Communities across our country live in fear for the safety of their families. This situation cannot continue and must not continue. We are strengthening the South African Police Service to prevent crime and improving the capacity of the National Prosecuting Authority and courts to ensure that perpetrators are brought to justice. This includes putting more police on the streets and setting up specialized units that will focus on specific types of crime. Last year, we undertook to recruit 12,000 new police personnel. Since then, more than 10,000 new recruits graduated from police academies, and a further 10,000 will be recruited and trained this year. Now, the specialized police teams that are working on tackling crimes like kidnapping, extortion, illegal mining have had several breakthroughs, arresting dozens of suspects and achieving several convictions. Firm action is being taken to tackle economic sabotage and related crimes that are causing great damage to the economy. Multidisciplinary economic infrastructure task teams are now operational in 20 identified hotspots. Last year, I drew attention to the enormous damage caused by the theft of copper cable and metal from our electricity system, from our train lines and other public infrastructure. Since then, the police have been cracking down on cable theft. In December, government introduced a temporary ban on the export of scrap copper cable and certain metals to disrupt criminal syndicates and to enable a new trading system to be put in place. Now, so you know, a number of countries on our continent have done exactly the same, because they have been suffering from exactly the same problem that we are. Just as we have embarked on economic reforms in electricity, water, telecommunications and logistics through Operation Vulindlela, we are embarking on a process of reform to improve the effectiveness of our fight against crime. We will use our competitiveness in call center operations to support the proper functioning of the 10111 helpline, partnering with the private sector. I've heard reports from a number of people, some of them who've even written to me, saying that as they make contact with the 10111 line, it goes unanswered most of the time. Now, we are going to resolve this and address this problem. This is to ensure that when people call the police, their calls are answered and their emergencies are attended to. We will also use data-driven methods in a more sophisticated way to identify target crime hotspots. Significantly, more funding will be made available in the budget that the minister will announce for the police, the National Prosecuting Agency, and the Special Investigating Unit. Crime against women and children remain a deeply disturbing feature of our national life. In November last year, we held a second presidential summit on gender-based violence and femicide to assess what progress we have made in implementing the National Strategic Plan, which we adopted as a comprehensive, effective, and united response to this pandemic. One of the great successes of our effort to fight gender-based violence is the extent to which social partners have rallied around the National Strategic Plan. In January last year, I signed into law 3 pieces of legislation that afford greater protection to survivors of gender-based violence and ensure that perpetrators are no longer able to use legislative loopholes to evade prosecution. We continue to improve the accessibility and functioning of sexual offences courts and expand the network of Tutuzela care centers. A key aspect of the National Strategic Plan is the economic empowerment of the women of our country. Since announcing our determination to direct at least 40% of public procurement to women-owned businesses, we have sought to establish an enabling environment to support women entrepreneurs. We have trained more than 3,400 women-owned enterprises to prepare them to take up procurement opportunities that are available in government. Through the Women's Economic Assembly, we have seen industry associations and companies committing to industry-wide gender transformation targets. The Industrial Development Corporation has earmarked approximately 9 billion rand to invest in women-led businesses. Other entities, including the PIC and the National Empowerment Fund, have also committed to establish special purpose vehicles to support women-owned businesses. We must all play our part as individuals, as well as in institutions and leaders across society to end these crimes against women and children. Last year, I said that we would take decisive action against corruption and make a clear break with the era of state capture. The State Capture Commission, headed by Chief Justice Raymond Zondo, completed its work and submitted the final report of its report in June last year. As a country, we owe Chief Justice Zondo, together with the Commission and its staff and all those who provided testimony, a huge debt of gratitude for the extraordinary public service that they have shown. The recommendations of the Commission are being implemented according to the plan that I submitted to Parliament in October last year, so that systematic weaknesses that were identified by the Commission are addressed and state capture never takes place ever again in South Africa. The National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council, consisting of people from across society, is in place to advise on suitable mechanisms to stem corruption, including the overhaul of the institutional architecture of combating corruption. We are working to capacitate the Witness Protection Unit and will introduce amendments to the Protected Disclosures Act to strengthen protections for whistleblowers. Work is underway to improve access to the Witness Protection Program for public servants that expose maladministration, corruption, and unethical conduct. We will finalize the draft public procurement bill to address weaknesses identified by the State Capture Commission and improve efficiency, value for money, and transparency in our procurement system. Our reinvigorated law enforcement agencies are taking firm action against companies and individuals alleged to have been involved in state capture. The NPA, the investigating directorate, which I established in 2019, has taken 187 accused persons to court in 32 state capture corruption cases. Over 7 billion rand has so far been returned to the state from state capture cases. To date, 12.9 billion rand of funds and assets have been frozen. This year, the investigating directorate will be established as a permanent entity within the NPA. Now, to achieve any progress in addressing the urgent challenges that we face, we need a capable and effective state. Our greatest weaknesses are in the state-owned enterprises and in local government. Many of our SOEs are struggling with significant debt, with underinvestment in infrastructure, and of course with the effects of state capture and shortage of skills. We will implement the recommendation of the Presidential SOE Council to establish a state-owned holding company as part of a centralized shareholder-owner model to ensure effective oversight over our SOEs. Separately, I have instructed the Presidency and the National Treasury to work together to rationalize government departments, entities, and programs over the next 3 years. National Treasury estimates that we could achieve a potential saving if we restructure government of some 27 billion rand in the medium term if we deal with the overlapping mandates, close ineffective programs, and consolidate entities where appropriate. The poor performance of many local governments remains an area of concern. Too many of our municipalities, 163 out of 257, are dysfunctional or are in distress due to poor governance, ineffective and sometimes corrupt financial administrative management, and poor service delivery. The government is implementing a number of interventions to address failures at local government and to improve basic service delivery as well. Now, these include enhancing the capacity of public representatives and officials, maintaining and upgrading local infrastructure, and invoking the powers of national government to intervene where municipalities fail to meet their constitutional responsibilities. A professional public service staffed by skilled, committed, ethical people is critical to an effective state and ending corruption and patronage as well as wastage. Now, in response to the State Capture Commission and in line with the framework for the professionalization of the public service, integrity assessments will become mandatory requirements for recruitment to public servants, and entry exams will also be introduced. We are amending legislation and strengthening the role of the Public Service Commission to ensure that qualified people are appointed to senior management positions and to move towards creating a single harmonized public service. Just as we are committed to improving the fortunes of our countrymen and women and to advancing shared prosperity for all, so should be our commitment to achieving a better Africa and a better world. We are greatly concerned at the recent escalation of tensions between Israel and Palestine and call for an end to hostilities for a resumption of the stalled peace process. South Africa expresses its deepest condolences to the people of Turkey following the devastating earthquake that they experienced earlier this week. As a country, we are immensely proud of the efforts of the gift of the givers who have gone out to help those affected by the earthquake. As they go out there, they are flying the South African flag, and we are really grateful and proud of them. We remain deeply concerned about the ongoing Russia-Ukraine conflict and urge all parties to that conflict to cease hostilities and seek a peaceful solution through dialogue. South Africa's fortunes are inextricably linked to those of our continent and also to the Southern African Development Community in particular. For the sake of our own stability and prosperity, we are duty-bound to pursue interventions that will bring peace, stability, and development in our continent and in our own sub-region. We will continue to get involved in the peace efforts that we need to get involved in. We will continue to expand trade and investment opportunities with our global trade partners, and will look to attract investment and financing to South Africa through our participation in multilateral forums such as the G20, which we will host in 2025. This year, South Africa assumes the chairship of BRICS. Our focus will be on collaboration, on sustainable development, the just energy transition and industrialization, and implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. South Africa, together with our neighbors in the Southern African Customs Union, will soon finalize our industrial offering on the African Continental Free Trade Areas so that we can start trading. Once fully operationalized, the Continental Free Trade will provide an unprecedented opportunity with regard to economic integration, with regard to growing national economies, and will open up new frontiers and markets for our South African companies. Fellow South Africans, as I conclude, a nation's true character is revealed in times of crisis. A nation is defined by its people, but more importantly, how its people meet the gravest of difficulties. Whether they work together and confront their challenges as one, united by a common purpose, or whether they surrender to the problems before them. That is what defines a nation. We are a nation seized with the challenges of the present. Before, we are also a nation striving to fulfill the promise of our future. When we took our first steps in our road to democracy, we had a clear vision of where that road would lead us. We saw a country in which all people would be equal. We saw a country in which the wealth of our resources would be enjoyed by all. We also saw a country and envisioned a country in which we could live together in peace, in which we could work together to build a common identity and a shared future. Our country is founded on a constitution which affirms the democratic values of dignity, equality, and freedom, and the rights of each one of us. The actions we have outlined this evening, building on the work we have already done, will bring us closer to that vision. Yes, there have been stops and starts, there have been detours, but yes, they will bring us to that vision. They will enable us to work together and to work together with purpose, to emerge from this crisis as a nation that is transformed. We will emerge from this crisis with an electricity system that is more efficient, more reliable, more competitive, and an electricity system that serves the people of South Africa. We will emerge with ports and railways that again rival the best in the world, with broadband access for more South Africans in more parts of the country and with a sustainable supply of quality water. We will welcome more tourists to our country and develop and attract the skills our country needs. We will create work for those who are unemployed, and we will give hope to those who have waited too long. With more police on the street, with the functioning of community policing forums, and an effective and independent prosecution authority, our people will be able to count on the protection of the state. By fighting economic sabotage and organized crime, our infrastructure will be more secure and businesses will be able to operate more freely. Through a strengthened and expanded social protection system, fewer people will live in poverty and fewer households will experience hunger. We must do all these things not only to overcome our immediate challenges, but to renew the promise of South Africa. It is a promise that we have kept alive in our hearts and in our actions. This year, it will be 10 years since we bid farewell to Nelson Mandela, the father of our democracy, our beloved Madiba. It will also be a period when, yes, he would have been, it will be also 105 years since his birth. As we honor his great life and his memory, I think we should draw inspiration from the words he spoke at his inauguration in 1994 when he said, "Out of the experience of an extraordinary human disaster that lasted too long, must be born a society which all humanity will be proud. Our daily deeds as ordinary South Africans must produce an actual South African reality that will reinforce humanity's belief in justice, strengthen its confidence in the nobility of the human soul, and sustain our hopes for a glorious life for all," close quotes. Now, to build such a society, to overcome the great difficulties of the moment, we need to work together. And we need to work together and leave no one behind. And we need to stay the course. We need, as a nation at this time more than at any other, to reveal our true character. We need to work together and, as I said, leave no one behind. I've often asked myself, as president, and asked myself, why am I doing this job? I've often asked myself that. And there's that voice inside of me that always says, I want you to listen, because you have your own voices. This voice always says,
Order, order.
Follow in the footsteps of Nelson Mandela. Because he made great sacrifices. He didn't have to do what he did for this country, but he made great sacrifices. And that voice always says, contribute the little that you can to make this country great. And that is precisely what I am doing. Despite all the challenges that we face, I would call on all of us to make the contribution that we can to serve the people of South Africa as much as we possibly can. I thank you and I wish everyone good night.
And that is how President Cyril Ramaphosa wraps up his State of the Nation Address 2023. Sakina?
It's been a long day. A lot has been said. Why? You know,
was it a lot though?
Well, it was a lot. You know, all things considered.
No, it was a lot, but of course there were a few things that stood out. The Minister of Electricity in the presidency,
Yes.
and the declaration of electricity as a state of disaster.
So now, Mzwai, the Minister of Electricity, the Minister of Minerals and Energy, the Minister of Public Enterprises, this triangle.
Yeah. In fact, and I think he was very quick to say the Minister of Public Enterprises will still remain the shareholder. Everything will still, that he was doing, he will continue to do. So I really don't want to be a skeptic here, but I do see a little bit of turf wars and perhaps that inhibiting that which he's trying to solve.
It's inevitable because already there seemed to have been a bit of a power struggle between the Department of Minerals and Energy and the Department of Public Enterprises as far as Eskom is concerned. And now you're introducing a third player
into the fray.
And it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. But also, who gets to occupy that position? Will it be one of the four new members of Parliament who were sworn in?
It's very possible, but also he has the possibility of taking from those who are already in the system, or even reshuffling perhaps people with experience.
And Mzwai, I'm going to ask just for us to pause there because there is also that issue of red tape that is also being added to this layer. But I do understand Lulama is standing by with reaction. Lulama?
Thank you, Bongiwe. I am joined by the FF Plus leader, Peter Groenewald. He sits at the police committee and he's so vocal about crime matters. And the president, when he was speaking, talked about strengthening police, the courts and the NPA, as well as increasing police visibility. He also spoke about addressing GBV issues. Mr. Groenewald, do you think that what the president has said about increasing police visibility and strengthening the NPA and the courts is enough to tackle crime?
Well, firstly, let me put it very clearly, and that is exactly what the Freedom Front Plus has predicted, that we're going to hear new and old promises from the president, and it appears that the last 6 State of the Nation addresses were cut and paste, and this has been his new address. So what he said today is nothing new. If you come to the police, you know, he said last year that they're going to recruit 12,000 new members. Now he says 10,000. I can assure you that it was not 12,000 that had been recruited last year. It's a big problem. The question is whether we have the money. The president wants to create the impression that the government has crime under control. It's a lie. It is not true. If you go and look at the crime statistics from the police, it is annually increasing. You cannot compare what happened in the lockdown period as far as crime is concerned. But if you take 2019 and you take the latest statistics, violent crimes specifically are at a huge increase in the crime rate. Also, as far as women and children is concerned, every year The president talks about the curbing of violent crime and violence against women and children. We made proposals to see and ensure that there is a difference, but they don't listen, and there is no change in the situation of crime except that it is in the increase.
Thank you very much, Dr. Groenewald. Let me hand you to Samkelo.
Indeed, the issue of the electricity within the country, a new minister in the presidency responsible for electricity. I wonder if the opposition will be occupying that seat. Mr. Holomisa, just your view as the UDM on this new Ministry of Electricity, essentially clipping the wings of the Minister of Public Enterprises, Pravin, but also taking away from Minister Kweda Mantashe in the electricity provision within the country. The Minister of Public Enterprises now basically left with a corporate entity alone.
Well, the situation in this country is that we always listen to these lofty ideals and plans, but we don't normally see implementation. President Ramaphosa this evening elaborated a lot of things he promises to do, but we have gone through this route before. And I don't think even if he appoints a minister of electricity, this will change, as long as we have not yet diagnosed what is the reason for the load shedding. So we wish him good luck on that. But do we need another cabinet minister over and above we have the ones we have? I don't think so.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bantu Holomisa. We are keeping with a rolling coverage with this issue of President Cyril Ramaphosa's new cabinet. The issue of electricity topping the agenda of the State of the Nation address. Essentially, 70% of the State of the Nation address was around the electricity crisis within the country. We are now put into a state of a disaster when it comes to electricity provision. Lulama.
Thank you, Samkelo. I am joined by the NFP parliamentary leader, Sheikh Imam. Mr. Imam, the president spoke about Eskom. Do you think that what he has said is enough to address the challenges that Eskom is facing?
As the National Freedom Party, we are not convinced. First of all, we've said before and time again that Eskom has a whole host of problems. President is putting more emphasis on money, and that's basically what he is saying. He's talking about bringing in engineers from the Engineering Council. And remember, we have a serious problem in the country as far as the skills, the engineers and things that we are producing today are not fit for purpose. And that's the problem that we seem to have. And if you heard the statement that we made earlier on by government, that they want to bring back those engineers that in 10 years ago, 15 years ago, they gave packages to, even at the age of 70 years. So they want to bring these people back. Now, again, you want to take engineers that are inexperienced. That's the first problem. Second problem, you've got sabotage. Third problem is you have not been maintaining them. If you remember, the president spoke about a renewable energy program last year. It did not yield positive results. So we certainly believe that the government does not have a comprehensive plan in place to deal with the energy crisis. We've said before, you need a minimum of 1.5 trillion rand, and it's going to take you up to 10 years if you start today. What we've heard today, we are not convinced that even in 10 years we're going to solve these problems. We're already now drawing energy from the neighboring countries. We also sell to the other countries as well. So I think we have a serious problem.
You're saying that the president, his solutions involve money. You sit at the Appropriations Committee. Do you think that the National Fiscus has that amount of money that is needed for this plan that the president has outlined to deal with Eskom crisis?
Government certainly does not have the funding, but if we see what the president is saying, it simply means he's going to go to the market and he's going to go and borrow again and again. There's 151 billion rand that we are now borrowing. Okay, only 3% of that is in the form of funding or grants. The rest of it you're going to have to pay back. We're already sitting on the 4.5 trillion rand debt in this country. And when I talk about 4.5 trillion, I'm not talking about local government and all other departments that are borrowing. So we have a crisis as far as the debt is concerned in the country. Now you're going to go and borrow more and more. The president put emphasis on infrastructure. And we know time and time again they were not able to implement these projects of theirs. Now, if you even heard what he said, that about 4 billion rand of that have already been completed. 4 billion rand out of 200 billion rand is a major difference. So I think, the government is out of touch with reality, unfortunately.
And we've heard the finance minister many times, Enoch Godongwana, saying that the time for bailouts is out, but we've heard the president saying that as the National Treasury is going to take off the Eskom debt?
Oh, absolutely. Now, let's look at this. First of all, consumers pay for the energy or electricity that they buy. Secondly, government, through the taxpayers, bail them out. Thirdly, they get the increases through NERSA for their infrastructure and their weaknesses. It's the consumers losing in every angle that you look at it, and we think it is unacceptable. And we cannot be using taxpayers' money to bail them out. If they want to run it as a business, we say you go into the private sector, you go and borrow the money, and you pay back that interest, but don't allow the taxpayers to pay for it.
Thank you very much. Let me hand over to you, Sakina and Bongiwe at the studio.
In conversation with Sheikh Imam from the NFP, I do understand Samgele Masego is standing by. Samgele, I think you have the leader of the Democratic Alliance.
Parliamentary puzzle. The minister in the presidency, Mondli Kungubele, will be engaging with him, but also let us take the leader of the DA, Mr. John Steenhuisen. Mr. John Steenhuisen, just your response on the issue of the state of the nation of the rest of the president.
Well, I think the big concern for us is the national state of disaster. We believe that it is ill-considered, and we saw the looting and maladministration that went on in the last state of disaster, as long as the stupid regulations that were being passed left, right and centre that actually end up harming the economy and killing jobs even more. We don't believe it's necessary to have a national state of disaster to deal with an electricity problem. We've now also appointed a third minister now to get in the way of getting through this energy crisis. So now we're going to have a third minister with electricity, Mr. Godon and Mr. Mantashe. 3 people getting in the way. We should get the politicians out of the way. I see the speech as nothing more than adding a few more wasted years to the 9 wasted years of Mr. Ramaphosa's previous incumbent, Mr. Zuma.
When you look at the electricity provision, basically the Minister of Public Enterprises, Pravin Gordhan, is no longer going to be in charge of coal-powered stations. That moves to the new minister in the presidency responsible for electricity. Does this have the capacity to increase and resolve the country's electricity problems going forward, and the issue of the just transition remaining with the Minister of Public Enterprises?
I think you're mixing all of the responsibilities across 3 different individuals. I think it's a terrible idea, and as I said, you've got 3 ministers now in the way. Again, the politicians, Mantashe and others, have been the biggest obstacle to us being able to get into energy security in this country. Now you've added yet another layer on it. It's the wrong decision. They should have got the politicians out of the way.
Thank you very much, Mr. John Steenhuisen, the leader of the Democratic Alliance, speaking against the issue of the new minister in the presidency responsible for electricity. Mr. Willie Matisha, just your response as the Congress of the People on the State of the Nation address, particularly the state of disaster and the electricity trajectory of the country, the new Minister of Electricity.
I must say that the speech itself was extremely disappointing, because that which was given was the repetition of what has been given to us for over 15 years. The president will come, make a presentation and not achieve anything at all. We had thought that he would come here and say, I spoke to you last year, I spoke to the people of South Africa, this is what I have achieved. But then nothing like that has actually come forward. There are very serious problems in the country. Unemployment, he has not achieved anything. Poverty and all these things, he has not achieved anything. Therefore, we have gone back. Now, the multiplicity of the departments is yet another thing. For him to say a new department of electricity, that won't take us anywhere. Therefore, we say that he has not given us anything, we have not achieved anything, and therefore, next week we'll be able to take the matters up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Willie Matisha, who is from the Congress of the People. Over to you, Lulama, as you speak to the leader of the Inkatha Freedom Party.
Thank you very much, Samgele. The president, when you are speaking, spoke about improving rural areas. Now, the province of KwaZulu-Natal has vast majority of rural areas, and the province recently has been hit hard by floods. The president spoke about that they will increase the construction of bridges. What do you make of that, Mr. Velenkosini Hlabisa?
Yeah, first of all, in summary, the whole address, I can put it as a long-winded narrative around ESCOM, load shedding, and the creation of new promises with no precise action plan, no policies. But what became clear, the president passed a vote of no confidence to ministers Gwede Mantashe and Pravin Gordhan. We really do not need a minister of electricity. We might end up with a minister of potholes, minister of pit toilets. All we need a minister that will deal with minerals and energy and resolve the crisis around electricity. The IPF all along have been calling for the consolidation and rationalization of departments. With regard to what the president said regarding the devastation that was caused by floods in KwaZulu-Natal, all we want to see is speed in dealing with people who are still living in the holes, the roads that has not been fixed up to now, the money that was promised that has never come to the province of KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you very much. With that, let's end it, and over to you, Samkelo.
Lulama, the ACTP is also in the National Assembly. They were part of listening to the State of the Nation address. The president of the SADP, your views of the State of the Nation address, issues pertaining to crime, criminality in the country, issues of electricity, the state of disaster.
Well, I think that the president has very clearly made promises and not kept them as he's done in the past. For the last 6 to 7 years of the State of the Nation address, we've seen promises that are unfulfilled. The president has made a promise to reduce unemployment. Unemployment sits at 33%, 70% for youth unemployment. He's made a promise to reduce crime. We have some of the highest levels of crime, where our murder rate is equivalent to, if not surpassing, that of the war in Ukraine and those of Ukrainians. He's made a promise that there would be no mandatory vaccines, and mandatory vaccines were introduced in South Africa. So the president has made a promise that there would be no load shedding. We've seen load shedding at its worst level ever. The greatest threat to South Africa and to South Africans is ESCOM and the ruling party.
Thank you very much to the president of the SACTP. Over to you, Deputy President, rather, I'm promoting you now. Over to you, Lulama.
Thank you very much, Samkele. I am joined by PAC leader Mzwanele Nyonso. When the president was making his speech, he did refer to the devastation that has happened, of the earthquake that has happened in Turkey as well as Syria. What do you make of that, Mr. Nyonso?
No, we note that he said there's a crisis in Turkey, but because he wanted to please his masters in the Western countries, he did not mention Syria, because he can't mention Syria because Syria is under sanctions, unfair sanctions by Western powers. Secondly, we reject this thing of appointing a minister of electricity. What does that mean? Does that mean because there are problems with PRASA, we may have the minister of trains? Does that mean very soon we will have the Minister of Corruption? Truth is, the disaster is this government. All of them, and everything is a disaster here. And the ANC cannot rule. And truth is, they can't lead us anymore. They must just all of them, they must step down.
That would be the solution, that is the PAC for them to leave government?
Definitely, this country needs perhaps a government of national unity until we go to elections, because as things stand, they have failed to rule this country, and that is a fact.
With that, let's leave it there, and over to you, Samkela.
Lulama, the minister in the presidency, Mondli Kungubele, is here, the SG of the ANC and the national chairperson. I'm just going to combine all three ANC and ministers. Minister in the presidency, you are now going to have a new colleague, the Minister of Electricity, powers that were meant to go to the Minister of Energy.
That is the correct approach, because
We have declared a state of disaster, and therefore a president is appointing a minister to be almost like a project manager of the crisis. So that is a correct approach, focused approach to the crisis, resolve it as quick as possible, otherwise load shedding is going to sink all of us.
Minister of the Presidency, how is these modalities going to work, particularly for you, who's already in the Minister of the Presidency, having a new Minister of Electricity? What is going to be the working modality of it in your perspective?
The Minister of Electricity in the President is a Minister of Electricity. I'm a Minister in the Presidency. These two are not the same.
But your conference resolution speaks about energy, ESCOM going to the Minister of Energy, and the Minister of Energy is none other than Samson Gwede Mantashe. Why did the conference resolution not be implemented to the T?
Let me answer this one. You see, you didn't listen to the President. He said the structure of the government is going to be addressed in due course. When that due course arrives, it means they will now allocate ministries, and you will call it a reshuffle, because they will restructure the state and have ministries.
Thank you very much, Minister Mantashe. Minister Kungubele, on the issues particularly of the presidency and the makeup of cabinet, and you are in charge of cabinet and speaking on behalf of cabinet, what can South Africans particularly look forward to in the restructuring of cabinet, having a leaner cabinet and addressing the true issues that the president raised in the State of the Nation address, resolving electricity, water and sanitation, and issues of basic service delivery in municipalities?
Just repeat your question.
How will government going forward in your cabinet meetings and the functioning of government work in eradicating the triple challenges, giving people basic provisions of water, services, electricity, refuse collection, and also having a leaner, mean and effective cabinet?
Well, the question of how the structure of cabinet is going to be, that question is still in the hands of the president. I think what we're dealing with now is the introduction of a new ministry, and that introduction of a new ministry has got no conflict. It's not going to create any problem with regard to how the cabinet is working, because there's a minister of water. This one is specifically, like Minister Mantashe said, a minister of electricity, specially focused to the crisis as it confronts us now.
But does this not give the president and put the president on the back foot? Because during the July unrest, the president took state security to the president's office, which you are effectively in charge of state security with Deputy Minister Zizi Godwa. Now, electricity, minister in the presidency responsible for electricity. The problem is, why is he not giving the actual functions to true ministers? And if there's a crisis, he moves the various ministries into his office, just like state security and now with electricity.
The electricity minister is a true minister. It's a true minister. It's a minister of electricity for the purpose of dealing with the current crisis. When the president took the Ministry of Security to his space, it's a conventional thing. When you deal with issues of intelligence all over the world, those issues are always close to the head of the state. You can go to America, you can go anywhere. Those matters are close to the head of the state, because the ultimate boss, you can go to the Constitution, by the way. If you read the Constitution, the state security is a purview of the president. He is allowed in the Constitution to delegate anyone, but he's delegating anyone in an area which is specifically meant for himself in terms of the Constitution.
Tomorrow, will we have a minister of potholes?
We don't know.
Thank you.
That we'll cross that bridge when we reach it. We are not dealing with potholes in the manner you are raising issues now, Samkel.
Thank you very much, Minister Kungubele, the Minister in the Presidency. Over to you, Lulam.
Thank you very much, Samkelo. I am joined by the leader of Al Jamal, Hanif Hendricks. Mr. Hendricks, there's many issues that the president has addressed in his speech. Which issues does Al Jamal gives them a tick, and which ones does Al Jamal saying they give them a cross?
The president has unleashed so many government programs that will make South Africa great again. It is now very important for us as members of parliament from our constituency offices to take these programs to villages, to townships all over the country so people can benefit from it and take their families out of poverty. I particularly like the tendency of the president to move towards a situation where there is full employment for learners. He's starting with TFET colleges and he is making sure that there's guaranteed employment for them. We hope that that will extend to university students because too many of them are unemployed. And then also every high school student, he spoke about the fact that people need experience. There should also be full employment for high school students who do not pursue a higher education. So South Africa is on the road to prosperity. If one examines all these programs of the president and you unpack it, I see that I see a mission, to bring about prosperity in the country. So this must be one of the best State of the Nation addresses I've ever heard, even before I came to Parliament, giving a lot of hope, especially to young people, and to take people out of poverty.
Thank you very much. That was the leader of Al-Jamaa, Hanif Hendricks. Let me hand over to Samkelo.
Well, Lulama, Al-Jamaa says it's the best ever State of the Nation address. As ANC Treasurer General Dr. Ramaphosa, are you now fully in allegiance with Al-Jamaa, with them praising you so much in the State of the Nation address? You've created a new ministry, Minister of Electricity in the President's office. You are looking at expediting the issue of electricity, effectively taking away coal-powered stations from the Minister of Public Enterprises, Pravin Gordhan.
Thank you very much, and good evening to viewers. Indeed, this State of the Nation address focuses on the South African citizen and our nation. It is very clear that indeed we are a resilient nation that is tenacious, and that if we work together, we have overcome a lot, and that if we continue working together, we can actually create this hope and indeed overcome the challenges that we are facing. The President was very clear on outlining the impact of the energy crisis that the country is facing at the economic and social level, and the measures that he has announced, including also declaring the state of national disaster, are measures that shows that he is decisive to ensure that the plan he unfolded is fast-tracked, and that indeed the announcement of the Minister of Energy will assist to ensure that there are urgent interventions, extraordinary steps taken to end load shedding and to give the country energy security, both for the economy and also for households and also small traders. Many have really suffered. However, the President also outlined concrete areas of progress. That is a glimmer of hope that indeed the country is rising out of the recession, the COVID pandemic impact, and so forth and so forth. The natural disasters, the July 21, that we are, but we need to work together to ensure that this is much more impactful and much more sustained.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ramaphosa. Before I throw to my colleague Lulama, just to get the response of the Good Party, whom we have been keeping waiting, Mr. Brett, just your response as the Good Party.
Well, I think the President addressed the electricity crisis, and that was unavoidable. He had to address it. I think it is a good idea that he sticks with the plan that he announced in July last year. As difficult as it is, we don't need to keep reinventing new plans. We need to implement the plans that are there. Unfortunately, he didn't address the slippage in implementing that plan. If you will recall that in July last year, he announced that we would procure 5,200 megawatts of additional power in bid window 6. Bid window 6 ultimately only procured 820 megawatts. So there's already been some slippage in the plan. It would have been good to hear why that slippage occurred, but it is a good idea that we stick with the plan. I think the announcement of a state of disaster is really an announcement for appearances of urgency, but there's nothing really really in the disaster legislation that will assist us to move our energy crisis forward in a way that solves it, that cannot be achieved with existing legislation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brett. From the Good Party, over to you, Lulama.
Thank you very much, Samkele. I am joined by the COSATU President, Zingisa Losi. Ma'am, during the President's speech, as the representative of the working class, what issues that the President you think have said that are talking to the working class?
Thank you so much. Firstly, the issue that for us is the cement of everything is the issue of dealing with the energy crisis in our country. The fact that the President has declared a state of national disaster, and not only end there but also say that the intention of declaring the state of disaster is to address the energy crisis in our country because of the challenges that it posed to workers, to the working class and business community. And we think that in the absence of being firm on that and addressing that matter, the rest of other issues, you would not be able to deal with them. Because energy begins to stop everything. You would not have investments that are coming in domestically and international investments, but also workers will be losing employment. It affects our health system, it affects education system. So we think that part is very, very important for us. Also, the fact that also the President has touched on the issue of the extension of the social relief distress grants, which we have been calling for. And not only that, but also in terms of skills development that the working people should acquire in order to drive the economy, but not only as employees, but also as entrepreneurs. We think for us, those are amongst other issues that are critical in terms of what the President have raised. Where we do not understand what is the meaning of it is the ministry that the President said he has created in his office, the Ministry of Electricity. We think we need more engagement on that because we did not see that one coming. What we had expected of the President to speak on that matter was that the calls that have been made to collapse the Department of Public Enterprise and ensure that those entities report or under the direct ministries. This is what we expected, but the President announced a complete shift to what South Africans largely had thought that the President would be announcing. We really are not quite sure of what that ministry will be doing. Is it just a ministry for the period of the national disaster until we're off this crisis? Is that a realignment and alignment of his cabinet? We are not quite sure what to make of it, but we think we need to have more engagements for us to really understand what is the real purpose behind it.
Thank you very much, ma'am. That was the COSATU President, Zingisa Losi. Samkele, over to you.
Lulama, the issue of criminality, the issue of justice within the country is very high. I'm going to bring in the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services, Minister Lamula. The issues of state capture, President dealt with them extensively, thanking Chief Justice Raymond Zondo, who was the Deputy Chief Justice and Chair of the State Capture Commission of Inquiry, as the Department of Correctional Services and Law and Justice within the country. How far are you with the issues pertaining to those whom were alleged to be at the heart of state capture, now effectively being criminally charged?
Yeah, as you are aware, that is in the hands of the investigative directorate, and from time to time when they make arrests or they make progress, they make announcements, and we are happy with the work that they are doing. Hence the President, as he said here, we continue to give them support, not only moral but also in terms of the resources that the institution needs, including the issues related to forensic investigations, digital and money wiring, fraud and so forth, and also help in terms of international jurisdictions, where they also have to do some work that relates to the international jurisdiction. So we continue to give them the support and to ensure that the recommendations of the Commission are implemented.
You spoke a while back last year and said that the Guptas have been arrested in the UAE, in Dubai specifically, and they were in the process of being extradited to South Africa. Are the Guptas still behind bars in Dubai, and when are they landing into the country to face their crimes?
Yes, they are still behind bars, and we are awaiting a court date from the UAE authorities for a date which will then the court decide whether they are extraditable back to South Africa or not. And we believe we have complied with all the requirements in terms of the treaty and the obligations between us and the UAE. And we believe that once a decision is made, a favorable decision to extradite them back to South Africa will be made because of the good mutual relations that we enjoy with the state of the UAE.
Thank you, Minister of Justice and Correctional Services within the country, Ronald Lamula, speaking about the Guptas, whom are implicated and embroiled in allegations of state capture and corruption. Lulama.
Thank you very much, Samkele. I am joined by the Minister of Communications, Kumbuzo Nchabeni. Ma'am, you must be happiest when the President was saying that people in rural areas will now have better connectivity so that they can, like as if they are in urban areas when they are communicating.
It's not being happy, as it means hard work continues. We are going to embark on the SA Connect program to roll out 5G and 4G to rural areas to make sure that all South Africans have access to internet connectivity by 2024.
The country has been missing the deadline to switch off, but now things are happening.
Yes, we are going to switch off. We closed the consultation process on the 27th of January, and now we are responding to 3 objections that we received. We are responding to them to give them our view of what they've proposed or what they are arguing, and then we will then gazette the analog switch-off date.
And ma'am, lastly, when we're talking about this switching off, what is the benefit of people? Because some people can really not afford your high technology. What does the government do to give more access to people who cannot afford?
Now, we went out for a number of years, like the President has indicated. The first deadline was 2010. We went out and said those who cannot afford, they must apply for government assistance. And people applied, some did not apply. The Concord said we must extend the application period to give people their last and final opportunity. We did that, and we closed on the 30th of September. And this is the number that we are finishing to migrate out. And we also accept that there will be those who are doubting Thomases, and if they have not applied, they'll be ready. It will be available for them to apply later, but we have to switch off. Because when we switch off, that's when we release the spectrum that will enable us to do 4G and 5G connectivity, including into our rural areas. I'm sure all of you are suffering from internet connectivity challenges that we have in the country, and it's important that when the world is going digital, when you now go to school through technology, when you now access healthcare through technology, when you now work from home through technology, when you now run your small business or any business from your home through technology, even people in rural areas are entitled to that, those who do not have access. So we need to release the spectrum so that all South Africans can have access to internet and they can be able to participate in the economy meaningfully. And I do not want to go without talking about the Post Bank. The Post Bank, yes, we are ready. We are finalizing to make sure that the Post Bank is licensed and corporatized in line with the timelines that we've been given by the Reserve Bank with the extension that they gave us in December. And we are, when Parliament concludes the bill, which is now in the House, it has passed the Portfolio Committee process, the President will be ready to assent, and we are finalizing our process so that we can corporatize the Post Bank and then get the license, and also then roll out the State Bank of South Africa to mitigate the exclusion of our people from financial services.
And the big question that South Africans are waiting for is when the SABC board will be appointed.
Oh, unfortunately, I don't appoint the SABC board.
What's the latest?
You know, the President is interacting with Parliament in terms of the processes of appointing the SABC board. But in terms of the law, the Group CEO of the SABC has been designated by the Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies with the concurrence of the Minister of Finance as the board of the SABC.
Thank you very much, ma'am. With that, let me hand it over to Samkele.
Naledi, On an international front, you heard the president speaking about finally silencing of the guns in between Palestine and Israel, resolving that particular crisis within the Middle East, and also sending South Africa's condolences to Turkey that has faced that particular earthquake. Minister, on an international front, the president spoke extensively about the Middle East, spoke about South Africa's international relations and cooperations with other countries, treaties, but also condolences to the earthquake that took place within Turkey. Just your response as the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, which fosters South Africa's relationships with other nations.
Well, you would recall, and thank you for this opportunity. Good evening to all the SABC viewers. You will recall that just 3 weeks ago I hosted the Turkish Minister of Foreign Affairs, and it's so tragic that after that wonderful visit we now have this great tragedy in Turkey, and we shouldn't forget in Syria as well. It's something that troubles us deeply, and I think we're really grateful to the gift of the givers for showing that South Africans are available to assist those who are experiencing great harm and suffering. And I hope we as South Africans will make even more contributions toward gift of the givers so that they continue to provide mercy and support to those who experience the kind of tragedy that we've seen with this earthquake.
Minister, on the issues of electricity, particularly with South Africa's working relationships with independent power producers in the renewable energy space, particularly Aqua Power in Saudi Arabia, how far are those international arrangements and agreements with the Saudi Arabian government to assist South Africa in eradicating our power crisis in those intense private negotiations you were involved in Saudi Arabia?
Well, those would be something that the relevant ministers would speak to in detail. All I would say is that there's great interest in the energy opportunities available in South Africa. Now that South Africa has confirmed to the world that it is seeking a diverse mix of energy sources, I think you're going to see more and more private sector players as well as innovators approaching South Africa to express an interest in providing energy to our country. So we're looking forward to an end eventually to these power outages, which are most annoying to everyone. Despite the view people have that we as ministers have generators, we don't always have generators, and we do experience this terrible outage, and I would want to see this problem solved, and I believe the President has set out a path for addressing the problem that we have. I believe the declaration of the electricity crisis as a state of disaster allows government to take urgent steps immediately to begin to remedy the situation.
Thank you very much, Minister Naledi Pandor of International Relations. Over to you, Lulama.
Thank you very much, Samkelo. I am joined by the SACP General Secretary, Soli Mapaila. Mr. Mapaila, what issues as the SACP that you're taking home from the President's speech, and those that you feel there's nothing to write home about?
Fundamentally is that the President responded to the main challenges facing our society. The problem of load shedding. There seems to be a concrete plan emerging. We are happy about it. Like he said, better late than never. We called last year for declaration of disaster in the energy sector. And he has now done it. We've also liked the message about the emphasis on fighting crime in our communities and fighting unemployment, as well as increasing the social distress grant for the poor. We hope that it can better articulate the fact that this social distress of grant for the poor must be the basis upon which we can build a universal income grant for all South Africans, and also qualify the right to work campaigns for all our people, so that it's not just left to chance. But also we like the approach towards creating the state bank, and he gave a clear direction about the post office, so he has made that particular nomination. So we'll now see the outline by the Minister of Finance on the implementation. overall, we think that we are happy with the main focus of the task that he expressed here today, and we hope that there will be speedy implementation of the issues that he raised, and they can remove unnecessary red tape and unnecessary regulation that have prohibited quicker implementation of decisions, because the country is generally in crisis. He has pointed to all critical questions, the questions of inflation, for instance, but on the one hand, the Reserve Bank is increasing interest rates. So therefore, there must be a correlation about what the President says in his State of the Nation address and what the institutions of state and those supporting democracy, particularly in the economic sector that deals with the microeconomic strategy of our country, like the Reserve Bank, how they respond to this kind of issues. So you can have a crisis of inflation that is increasing food prices and energy crisis, and yet the Reserve Bank increases interest rates, which then punishes the poor who cannot afford life itself. So in this regard, we are happy with the general gist of the speech.
On corruption, he also spoke about corruption and crime. He also spoke about strengthening NPA as well as the courts to deal with matters of crime and increasing police visibility. As the SABC, you're always vocal about corruption. Are you happy with what he has said?
We are happy with funding, particularly for institutions that are going to fight corruption, because one of the problems has been the ability for this institution to have resources to tackle corruption, because particularly organized crime, which is literally driven by big corporates that corrupt particularly role players in the public sector. They litigate government, prolong a process of prosecution, and the focus on specific skills in the prosecutorial section, as well as in the investigation capacity within the MPA, will come much more handy to deal with these issues, as well as the number of police personnel we will take to the streets to fight crime in our communities. We have already taken initiative as a Communist Party in our own communities to work with communities to fight against crime. So we think these interventions will come in handy for collaboration between the communities as well as the SAPS in the fight against crime and all of society to fight against crime. Of course, the campaign that we launched as well as the Communist Party, which was articulated better by the President against destruction of public infrastructure. We are happy that ultimately government can see the problems that we've been articulating over the years. And all these specialized units that the President has identified, we hope and we believe that the ministers must accelerate implementation.
Thank you very much. Let's leave it at that, and over to you, Samgel.
Lulama, just on the issues of criminality within the country, we have Minister Pegitele, whom was responsible for those 10,000 police recruits. Minister, crime is over the rooftops in South Africa. Your immediate task in combating crime, criminality and gender-based violence?
Well, President put 6 pillars on his speech, if you were listening: the employment, the electricity, the international crime itself, and other things, 6 of them. Those things, if they're done properly, they will help very much to reduce the crime, especially the social cohesion and things like employment. But coming back to the crime per se, President also put things on the table that we are doing as we speak. One of those things is our work dealing with the sabotage in the ESCOM. We are doing very well there. We have a special task team that is dealing with that. We have arrested quite several people already on sabotaging. But also, what you have been raising all the time is that the police have gone too thin on the ground. In the year 2010, we had 196,000 police with 50 million South Africans. Now we've got 176 with 63 million South Africans. If we get this 20 starting from last year and next year, we'll make only the number of 2010. We're not close to 2023. We hope that we'll be getting more figures going forward.
Why so? Because the visibility, it just helps to reduce crime. When you go to countries, especially in Asia and China, every corner will find the police, and then criminals would not really go on with their activities. But also, it gives us the pool to train the special units that the president was talking about, including the unit that you saw at the platform where the president was working. You will only do that when everybody goes for the basic training and you begin to recruit. We are very thankful. We hope that it will take us somewhere to fight crime, especially on what you have raised, the GPV, and that's a unit that we need to increase. We have about 113 units of that at the present moment. We'd love to have that every station, 1,158 stations in the country, have that unit so that you are able to respond quick to those that are vulnerable.
The leader of the EFF, Julius Malema, claims that he sent a message from intelligence within the police service that there would be an assassination attempt against him here at the State of the Nation address, and he sent it to your deputy, that would be Castle Matale. Any credence to these allegations?
Well, I don't know. The first one was from me to them about the DSG. This one is from them to Deputy Minister. I was with the Deputy Minister almost the whole day today. That did not come to me. But the information I've explained, that by the killing or the murder of the SG of the AFF, that information I don't have it. I had the information of the rising of the political violence in the province, of which we are taking measures to work with political parties. But this one, I didn't have it. I could not have conveyed the information to you that I don't have about you. But that information is on the platform now. It will be investigating, nothing that will take light. If this one comes to me again, that will be assassination here. I don't know why the assassination will be here when there will be the police, and why would people choose this place? And but that information is new for me. It comes from you for the first time.
Thank you very much, Minister Peggy Icele Bongiwe. The EFF claiming political assassinations on the president of the EFF, Julius Malema, also saying Peggy Icele said there would be an attempt on the life of Marshal Dlamini, inspired by senior IFP leaders. Just the history of political assassinations and how it's easy for politicians to just brand it around nowadays boggles my mind.
Well, Samgele Masego, as they sometimes say, guningi. It's a lot. But Sakina Mzwai, kuningi.
It is a lot. All right, so we've got now the Minister of Electricity, you've got the Minister in the Presidency, you've got...
The Minister of Electricity is in the Presidency too, by the way.
Yeah, I'm getting to all of them in the Presidency. Intelligence,
yes,
and that the red tape.
Then there's a red tape team as well.
Yeah, the red tape person
is responsible for
reducing the red tape.
Yes, yes. And of course, in terms of the update, he has done a lot of work. So it means we're getting
what work? Like the thing is, did we get from the president? What is this red tape that has been cut already?
I think it's more to do with the regulatory framework. So there are so many, let's look at the issue of 30 days payment, for example. So there's a lot of things that we have to go through, some of them that could really be removed. So I think he is looking at things like those. But of course, at this stage, it's very vague. But in terms of what the president has said, so it means he's been making progress.
I think that is unacceptable. We need to stop accepting vague. We need to stop accepting words, claims being thrown at us, monetary amounts being thrown at us. We need to ask for the proof. Ronald Lamula was just speaking to Samkela Maseko, talking about the Guptas behind bars. Can we have proof of the Guptas being behind bars?
And how far the process is now to try and get them back?
In fact, especially after one of the Gupta's was it visa or passport?
Was trying to renew a passport.
So was trying to renew a passport. So how do you do that when you're inside bars? So I think those are some of the things, some of the details that we need to get into, because clearly South Africans will always ask those questions. And we had been told that very soon that process will be finalized, but it doesn't seem...
Soon is a long time.
Yes, especially because you look at the fact that President Cyril Ramaphosa again tonight is talking about the Giyani water project. That was former President Jacob Zuma's nodal project. We expected people of Giyani to have water today, but here we are again. The Giyani water project is still being talked about. We still do not know the estimated time of arrival for water for those people.
And the Nandoni Dam.
Even the Mzimvubu, which at least he was very happy to declare that it's going to be operational very soon. So it was launched so many years ago, but it has taken so long. I think when all is said and done, Bongi and Sakina, is that South Africans are hearing what the president is saying, but they want to see everything that he's saying backed by actions. Let's talk about something that is simple. He says municipalities will be assisted by the national intervention. So once South Africans see that an impoverished municipality there is able to fix the roads, put up the street lights, they will say something is happening.
No, but what national intervention? Again, where is the detail? It's easy to say they are going to be assisted, but what do you mean by that? Because the reality about our municipalities, and part of why, and I say part of because there are other problems like corruption that bedevil these municipalities, but part of the reason why municipalities are dysfunctional is because the funding model to our municipalities is wrong. They will never be sustainable because the reality is people are not paying for services in large part. So they have very few avenues through which to actually collect revenue as municipalities.
But also it has to do with enforcement. I think in some cases we do have laws that can make it easy for us to do so many things. We do not enforce, we destroy, we look away. So, and I think those are some of the things that I think for the president to turn the situation around. I mean, today he's been speaking about the age of hope, that we can be hopeful, we're a resilient nation. For you to give hope, you need to do something that will inspire that hope.
The president was in charge of the war room at ESCOM. The president became the president of the Republic in 2018, told us in 2 years' time load shedding will be a thing of the past. He's told us this. The head of ESCOM has told us this. We've heard this in so many guises. But so why did it take until this point to declare the state of disaster, which leads us back to whether we are manufacturing these crises as a nation and then we institute a state of disaster.
Also not very lost is that in the next 15 months or so we are going to elections. So you must not only talk about something, you must also be seen to be doing something. So if you as a governing party can't be seen to be doing something, so certainly, and I can tell you now, when you listen to what South Africans are saying, the electricity issue may break or make the ANC. And I guess the president is very much aware of that. He's just been given Bongi with a renewed mandate. What do you do with it?
The thing is, Mzwai, there's also this issue that he talks about, which is damage to public infrastructure. He talks about how police have clamped down on cable theft. Yet we saw not so long ago, Baragwanath Hospital, there was somebody who went into a protected space using an access card and cut off a copper cable. We saw the same thing in the Eastern Cape. We still do not know who used their access card to access that room at Bara.
Can I one-up you there?
Yeah.
There was a video that was doing the rounds on social media a few weeks ago from Reiche Park in Ekurhuleni,
next to the police station.
In front of the police station in broad daylight, people went and literally cut out the cable in front of the police station.
So which part is the clamping down then? Because I was listening to one of those reacting saying it was in some parts out of touch with reality.
That is why I have spoken about enforcement. So why do you allow that to happen in front of the law enforcement officers? So if you allow that situation, so what about me, who is as ordinary as they come? So what am I going to do?
What law enforcement is why? Let's be honest. On a daily basis, you would witness someone transgressing, breaking the law right in front of a police officer, and nothing happens. This is the reality that we live with as South Africans. So the system is broken. At some point, we're going to have to acknowledge that, and it's not easy. And in that sense, I sympathize with the president because it is so broken. It's not easy to pinpoint, okay, where do I start? What do I fix first? I'm going to fix electricity because people are crying about it. It's inconvenient. It's becoming another albatross, for the nation around our necks. But everything else is equally broken.
I think this is what is needed. I think for whoever is in charge, well, in this instance, is the ANC and President Ramaphosa, is the political will. You can't only be speaking about, I will do this, I will do this. It's about time that those things that are spoken about are done. In fact, how do you start, Sakina? You start with the small ones, with the basic ones. If fixing the potholes is a struggle, for example, we've been complaining about the trucks on the R34 that are going to Richards Bay, so which have become a national problem. So you need those railways to be fixed, and that's where people will say, okay, we can see something.
No. But the problem is why? Yeah. The problem is, why did you allow that infrastructure to be completely decimated to begin with? Why was that allowed? And then you can't blame people when they come up with all sorts of conspiracy theories, because those railway stations were stripped bare.
Well, I think he will then say state capture. You remember how just about everything sometimes is being blamed on what state capture did. It hollowed out the system, and you look at what happened to PRASA, even ESCOM, and so many other parastatals. Given that that did happen, and then of course he said we must never allow that situation to happen again, I guess that's where they'll put the blame on.
So this is a precursor then in the coming days of what the viewers can expect as we dissect this particular State of the Nation address, because we've run out of time.
One more.
They're telling us we've run out of time.
Just one more. The board, what the minister had to say there. And that was quite interesting, because President Ramaphosa has received already from Parliament the names that have already been vetted for the SABC board.
Yes.
Parliamentarians have concurred these are the names to be appointed to that position. President hasn't done so. What does the minister say? She says that the finance minister and herself have designated the SABC CEO to carry out the functions.
The board.
The question is, how long and why, more importantly?
You know what was interesting, Sakina, before you come in? The fact that she didn't mention the legal issues that her deputy mentioned earlier, to say these are some of the legal issues that the president is dealing with. So we don't know.
In fact, when that board had been completed, you know, something that is not usual happened. There were 3 more names that were put as, I don't know whether as in the event any of those ones declined or whatever happens. Why was that done? It's a question.
Interesting. Thank you so much for keeping us company, Mzwai. We appreciate it. Sakina, it was great.
It's been great.
It's really been great.
Thank you very much.
And viewers, you can expect that various shows throughout the SABC, we will be looking very closely at aspects of the State of the Nation address, Sakina, and looking at whether or not South Africans can continue to be as resilient as they say we are.
Absolutely. And of course, again, it's going to be up to South Africans, to ultimately decide whether they will continue to do what they always do, or whether they will basically rise up and demand more accountability from our elected representatives.
And from us here outside the Cape Town City Hall, it's a wrap. Thank you so much for keeping us company. It's back to you in studio.